Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Moana? Oh, nice ups. Fairly nice ups. Plenty of opportunities to enter things. Let's see here. Have everything? No. Maybe pre-markets seem to be lacking a lot of liquidity for GME, and usually that leads to some buying. It would have been nice to see like foreign exchange arbitrage a bit higher, but at least it was positive, I guess. But not a lot of liquidity generation, which is good. It means less short borrowing, less ETF creation in the pre-market. And if they need liquidity, that means buying on the open market, right? Nice. Ziz? Okay, cool. Morning walking. Full pour Apple 200C weeklies? Absolutely fucking not, Odorous Colon. I am considering a small Apple position. It definitely won't be 200C weeklies, nor will it be my full port. So yesterday we started off on the wrong foot. Not that I'm not that I am an 8-month lurker turned billionaire donator. I am hoping we can start new. Really? I've never seen you in here before, not Superman. Welcome aboard, man. So Jimmy being illiquid pre-market, still bullish on Revlon? Yes. So yesterday was okay. Maybe I'm trolling. Oh, all right. Thanks, Superman. Present and ready for action. Ding ding. Did I ding ding? I ding dinged. Bithead, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Bithead a shout out for hooking you up with yet another month of Cornichon. Bithead, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it, man.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
Boo inducement grant for 6 execs. Bullish? Bearish? I don't think it's very bearish. How's it reacting? Seems okay. How do I gift? I don't know. I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. Adopted by Dan's. You still bearish on Carl's testosterone levels? Yeah, they may rise with the market though. Apple skyrocketing. Ooh, nice. Thoughts on SPY for today? Mostly doing upside things. I have Tesla calls. Nice, dude. Thoughts on Jet ETF, JetBlue specifically. It's still trading extremely low though. COVID isn't affecting travel as much. Sorry for repeating. Can't tag you on mobile. I think a lot of the JetBlue drop in price had to do with their potential buyout of Spirit Air. So that might be something. Costco Calls is the real play this week. Yeah, Costco's killing it. Yeah, I filled on 20 Apple contracts at 157.50 for October 14 this morning. They're doing well. It's not really OPEX, so be careful with that idea. It's a lot of similar things to OPEX. It's pressure on, the gamma flip point. It's uh, some upside call pressure, but it is definitively not an OPEX. Like there's no like mass market maker call buying. There's no mass retail call buying. There's nothing actually being covered except the options chain. So it's a similar effect in getting the gamma to flip, but not nearly as fucking bullish. So if you are looking to go long on Jimmy, stay really near the money, play it nice and tight. Gamma flip for Bobby. If I remember correctly, it's kind of high because of all the out of the money calls. Well, no, those have been selling off. Never mind. That's a fucking lie. Gamma flip points at 746 for Bobby. Although the call chain seems to pretty much die off at $10. And it runs into net negative gamma at 850. So not the most promising thing in the world. It doesn't look terrible, but I'd be careful with it. Looks like you bought the bottom of Rev yesterday. We'll see. It's only up 2 cents from where I bought it. Oh wait, no, it's not. I'm looking at my covered calls. Oh, nice. Okay. What did Sava do today? Well, let's see. Sava coming down today. That's not a good sign on the rising market. Let me check. Something here. Yeah, broke Gamma Max 3 days in a row. Gamma Max is still higher than the current price, so it's not coming down, and Gamma Neutral's rising, so this may actually be an opportunity for another small bounce that'll either come today or tomorrow. Remember, OPEX runs extend out as long as there continues to be call buying pressure. This looks pretty decent. Although it's getting close to destabilizing. It's a lot riskier every day. And at 45, I don't know if it's something I'd really want to buy into. Upstart borrow fee rising. Dope. That's what I like to see. I hope that continues. They seem to be having trouble getting it off of Reg Show. If you guys could, please drop a like, especially early in the day. It is beneficial for the interactions or something. Yeah. Full throttle on SPX. Fuck yeah. How long do you think this relief rally can last? SPX potentially up to like 39.70. What's tricky about these runs is if anything bullish happens, calls are still relatively cheap, right? And that can, you know, kind of create a situation like we saw in the last bear rally, right? Where, you know, the Apple and Amazon earnings came in strong and then real bulls showed up to the party. And that can drive shit much higher, much faster because of how underpriced the long side is. Wisdom Tree's up against ads for DJX on CNBC, Japan Equity Hedge ETF. Yen squeeze confirmed? Maybe. I mean, I've been positioned for it for months, so my position's doing really well. I'm short Nikkei, long yen. I wish I bought more. I don't know what to say. If you want Skynet to not murder Girk when it goes live, you have to like the stream and make the algorithm happy with him. Oh, okay. I didn't know that's how it worked. Yeah, so definitely get on top of that like button. I don't want to be killed by John Connor's robot clone. Is it possible that your ranting and raving against Thanksgiving yesterday is having a negative impact on your watchers to like ratio? No, not at all. That's what people come here for. Hot takes on traditionally loved holidays. We must have read different earnings. No, we didn't. But they were still perceived as being strong. They were up year over year, right? It's not hard to win when the period of time you're targeting the year before was still like peak COVID, right? Don't worry, everyone will pull back their projections in Q4 and then create big sads. Squarting is one way to describe the current situation. How do you buy yen? You can buy futures, you can trade it on Forex, you can invest in ETFs. There's a lot of different ways to get exposure to it. Bearish on dogs, doggish on bears. I I don't know. I don't know how to even respond to that nonsense question. Gamma Max for GME? Oh yeah, I need to post those. They're in the daily. Hold on. Which tells me, Stefan, that you didn't read the fucking daily. You piece of shit. How could you do this to me? Why are we bullish on the yen? I did a whole thing about it, man. Tell us a cool story about how well you're doing on your current SPX position. I'm not gonna dance, C Pizzle, but I had a lot of calls. A bunch of them are now in the money. If you guys have never traded a out of the money SPX call and had it go in the money, it's an exciting event. If the audio is choppy, refresh the stream. You selling GME CCs today? Maybe. Where can I find Pickles Picks in the Zillionaire Country Club? And Fubo to $5 by November 1st? Maybe. Kind of greedy, but maybe. How do you get leverage upside exposure to yen? I think they have yen mini contracts, but you can trade the future contracts also. Can you pause the market for those of yous about to fight the bitch ass storm? Also, tell people to stop buying all my beer before I get off work. I think you need to take a lunch break and get some beer, Zakir. Otherwise, you're gonna be fucked. You're in Florida, man. The first thing to sell out's gonna be beer. I wish you the best. I mean, I don't know what you guys do. Board everything up or something like that. Stay safe, man. Do you have any theories on who owns the majority of Rev 35C? It can't be all retail, can it? It could be. It's not likely that it is. My one DTE SPX made 124% overnight. Nice. FXY has options. That's the ETF, right? Yeah, it does. Listen, for any product, there is a derivative of it. There's usually a derivative of the derivative on the product, and then future speculation via derivatives on where that product is going to be over time, and then derivatives on the future speculation of where that product will be over time. Additionally, all of those derivatives can be swapped with other derivatives, creating an endless chain of derivatives. My mic is fucking fine, okay? Not only is it fine, it's quite loud. Refresh the stream if you're having a problem. Have you learned the New York nuclear preparedness plan? Yeah, it's called Die Before You Realize Anything Happened. I don't know if you know a lot about nuclear bombs, but there isn't a plan for them. Believe it or not, hiding under your school desk in the 1950s isn't going to save you. I'm actually a nuclear physicist. We have a plan. You have a plan for being at ground zero in a 30-mile blast radius? What's that plan? Be underground before it hits you? Close your shades. GME same as gold? No. Maybe better. Despite all the attempts at alchemy in the past, we've been unable to grow gold. Although I think we have made it in a particle accelerator. Old house with lead paint. Cat November 18 175 C's at $5, a good price. Yeah, it's a very good price. Are we getting rejected off 3070 again? Yes. What's your plan for the Upstart October 21s? I'm probably going to roll them out. I'm probably going to roll them out to like November. November 18th. Sell GME CCs now? Nah. GME's okay. More resilient to the drops, right? AMD target for today. How's it doing? I don't know. If the market continues to climb, we might see 70. Everything that's going to move is going to move on the back of the market climbing. Obviously, some things have more potential in their options chain than others. We'll see how that goes. QQQ is rocketing, so that's nice. Nasdaq's up 200 BPS. Was it weird that cat's dropping? No. Fed's Bullard is making hawkish statements right now about continuing to raise rates and strong labor markets. Interesting. This morning Evans was being a little bitch. He was like, I don't know, I'm kind of scared of raising the rates too much. Nice, Stefan. I was just kidding. I didn't care if you read it or not. Are you planning on adding any short-term GME positions today? No, probably just selling covered calls. I don't really need to play the upside of a run that's probably not going to be super strong. I mean, all of them are good entries if you can get them near the bid, BMG. Like, they're all super cheap at the bid. The problem is the spreads are awful. Thanks, Sofa King Silverback. Will you be watching the Netflix GameStop Eat the Rich tomorrow? Absolutely fucking not. Are you holding your GME calls through the October FTD window or selling when you sell CCs? I'll probably check them when I sell CCs. Why is everyone so concerned with my super fucking underwater GME calls for October? There is no clip of me. Any expectations from Upstart? Curious they haven't been forced to cover yet. Why? I mean, they're forced to cover every day. Oh, do you not know how Reg Show works? Just refresh the stream. Tennessee Texan. Sell 10-7 $4 covered calls on Fubo here. No? Jimmy is disappearing off the screen. Alright, I'll adjust it. There we go. Jimmy to 26. Housing stuff at 10 a.m. Yeah, new home sales. I think more important, durable goods this morning. Beat forecasts. So that's cool. Not nearly as bad as projected. Jesus, new home sales are not looking positive. It's gonna be hard to miss the previous super shitty low. I guess we have a consumer confidence report at 10 too. Do you expect this collapse to happen anytime soon? Not really. Or a crash at all. Uh I I I think a crash is possible, but I still think it's way too soon. And the longer it takes, the less likely it becomes. So it's, I don't know. That's kind of up in the air. We need equity sell-offs. We need like actual fear in the market. We really don't have that yet. What delta do you look for when looking to sell CCs? I mean, it depends on what I think risk of assignment is, but so usually, between 0.4 and 0.1. I'll sell them at higher delta if I think, the price is unlikely to remain in the range it's currently in. Sometimes I sell them in the money, but that's pretty rare. 3x real estate bear, futures pickles pick. I don't know about that. When you forecast Darth walking through the door and ends up being me, did you really beat expectations or did a whole new kind of weird just walk in? Um, the latter. Went from 480 to 360. That is a crash. A little bit. Yeah, we are down a lot year over year. I agree. I mean, regardless of how much we want the market to crash, the Fed's awful and overly simplistic soft landing policy so far is fairly effective. Jimmy following the Tesla and Nvidia split dividend trend? No. What's your expected target for SPY this week? Is 380 possible? Maybe. I mean, every time we hit a new level, we get more call capitulation because call side is afraid to hold. And we're not seeing a lot of short buildup. So the climb out of the gutter right now is pretty slow, but we're stable enough and puts remain fairly expensive. So we're not going to see a lot of positioning to the short side, but we're also not seeing a lot of positioning to the long side. I could take maybe even into next week for hedges to like start flipping, and the market maker starts driving them like indices up. Get out of here, Jamie Dimon. I just drove by a house with three big signs in the yard which state that a certain celebrity from Manhattan and Mar-a-Lago is a moron. They also have a large sign saying "Be kind." Be kind, same like calling names. Yeah, I call people names all. This is an East Coast thing. That's how we show care and concern. Consumer confidence beat 108 versus 104.5. See, people are still dumb. I got a timeout bipolar bear again. I'm not interested in the economic calendar at all, Carl. I already streamed the new Monkey Island briefly. Cat 170C for October 14 and F theta? No. Thoughts on getting exposure on overseas farm equipment dealers. If farmers are selling goods in the US and buying in their local currency, those dealers will be raising prices and making bank. Who the fuck? What are the overseas equipment dealers? Doesn't John Deere make everything for farms? I had timed out yesterday for my catfish comment. That was probably Carl. New home sales positive? Yeah, up. Don't forget that, Citibank and B of A have started doing predatory loans again, targeting minorities and the disenfranchised with variable interest rate loans. Got to boost those numbers. So, Harvey answered earlier, what are your thoughts on theta decay on Ref 35s if the delisting decision takes a while? You've still got quite a lot of time on them before you have to worry about any theta decay or any significant theta decay. Does the current price action have anything in common with the price action of the pre-November 3rd run? Thank you. No. CC Gains, I've been expecting you. Nice. Do you think Jimmy likely has higher potential with this market pressure or the ETF FTD period? We don't know about the ETF FTD period yet. We have to wait for the report, which should be like next Monday. I'm trying to time a broker change with selling CCs before or after. Um, hmm. Tough choice. I don't know. Generally, if you're switching brokers and unable to change your positions, you probably want to have as few open positions as possible. That's on near the money calls to the delisting hearing with Rev thinking October 21s. You could try it. The decision can take up to 45 days, though. No, Stefan, I'm not going to signal you a time to sell CCs. Sell them whenever you want. Dixie huge? Really? It's just kind of back to where it was yesterday. If anything, it's triple topping. Well, it's either triple topping or an ascending wedge. Definitely. Well, no, that's a higher high, right? So, I don't know. It could break out. That's fucking weird looking. So it's either a head and shoulders or an ascending triangle. 1450 would be the limit. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the dollar's not getting weaker today. Market crash bad for GME long. Market crash is bad for anyone long equities. What's SPY do? Uh, might be recovering. Might be recovering without filling the gap too, which is kind of cool. Any short-term bullish thesis of the market beyond seller exhaustion and repositioning? No. And the market's not bullish. If we get, more solid data points of note, like things that matter, that can add to bullishness, but we'll probably need a lot of them. Do you currently have a stop loss for SPX calls? Yeah. Are you confident carrying energy stocks? That would depend. Like, what are you talking about? Like utilities, energy producers, energy transporters, energy suppliers? Energy producers? Okay. Oil, natural gas. You can't just ask me vague questions about a massive market sector. How do you feel about all in shorting the Henry Hub nat gas contracts for December, January right now? Ooh, interesting. Tell me more. Thoughts on stocks? They're alright. Did I miss selling optimal GME moment? Not really. It's like Marathon Petroleum, largest refiner in the US. Will it hold up? Probably. I like Oxy better. I think they have better exposure to crude pricing, which I expect will rally again at some point this year. Maybe not just yet, but soon. Sherbet? You know, I can't for the sherbet is the one that has like cream in it, right? It's like fruity cream ice. Gelato's better, obviously. And then sorbet is just the fruit, icy fruit, right? It's not really a bias. I mean, that's just true. I'm starting a decent price. It's pretty cheap right now. Which do you think has a longer distance? All the plumbing pipes in the world, or all the roads and footpaths in the world? Plumbing pipes. Nouse? What the fuck is a nouse? That's not a real word. Let's pull resources and start a gelato stand called Alada Gelato. I can donate creativity and thumbs up emojis. Fantastic. Just what I've always wanted out of a business partner. That's on 3,700 SPX calls for next Friday. Sounds kind of cool. That's not what he wrote, though. Sisyphus. Prowess know how? That doesn't even fit in the sentence, though. I don't know anyone named Phil who's a Greek. Intelligence is hard to come by when you're surrounded by eggplants. Is Tom gonna speak up today? Potato Tom? I don't know. I think he'll be Fed president by next year. I've been considering shorting the energy commodities and the pound keeps dumping because I suspect institutions will want to be all cash going into midterms and are selling futures. Thoughts? I don't think institutions care about the election. Like, beyond their donations to both parties. Roll M to November 20s or use capital to get a couple more cat November 80s. 180s. Up to you. I mean, cat's a way better stock than Macy's. Do people not understand that institutions basically straddle elections? That sounded a lot less terrible in my head. It's accurate, though. Are you still short on EPAM? No, I closed my position. It filled the gap, right? It hit my price target. About 146 and 7 rev calls. Like opening up my car window and throwing my cash out. Amazing. You add a Potato Tom to your hat merch store. No? Maybe. I'll think about it. Why is the premium on Fidelity so much less than TDA for the same covered call? I don't know. Do you think Adam Aaron can play retail forever, or will this eventually go away? I don't know. I mean, every time he fucks everyone over, he loses a few more people. But you also have to consider the mental capacity of people who are still long AMC, right? It's limited. Like a non-rechargeable battery. I mean, they have no reason to hedge because of the put gamma, Saman. Is Ivy better on Fubo still than Rev if we're looking to play CSPs this week? Fubo CSPs on the weekly are pretty good. I think they're like a 2% return. Eh, they're not, well, they're not awful. What about October 7th? October 7ths are pretty good at $4. Hmm. I like the October 21s too. Considering 28 CCs on GME this week seems pretty safe. A 10% move this week, unlikely. No, a 10% move this week is definitely possible. And $28 is below the gamma flip point. Or, well, below like the positive GAX after the gamma flip. I'd be careful with that. That seems a little too close to the money, at least right now, until those calls are run off the chain. It's really risky. I don't know what Trade Trades is doing. I don't care. Wouldn't the reason be the delta on the calls, 0.28, 0.3, but they're not actually buying 28 shares per call in reality? Oh, of course not. Well, sure, the elections don't matter, but the November FOMC is proximate to elections, and the war in Ukraine are all likely to hit inflection points right around midterms. So lots of potential vol. Yeah, I can agree with that. Um, well, it'll be really interesting to see the next CPI print and like how that's gonna affect the Fed's like early November meeting decision. I think there's if that's something you are interested in, I think there's time. Have Trader Trey on your show and expose his lack of ability. I don't feel like that's something I need to do. Isn't that something he does sufficiently on his own? Like, do people think he knows what he's talking about? Have they watched him? October 7th, $5 CSPs. Feel like a decent play, especially since I won't be mad if I get assigned on them. Isn't that just like the same as buying Fubo at the current market price? Slightly less? I mean, it's like a 6 cent savings. Like, why wouldn't you just, even 4.5s are better. Yeah, but it's not really a popularity contest. Popularity, ah, yes, the metric for skill. Oh no, the fascists have taken over the world economic powerhouse that is Italy. Whatever will people do? You know, the Italians are kind of prone to fascism, right? With religion and everything being what it is there. Do you think Cat could retest 190 eventually? I need to lock up some cash for a couple months. Do you think USD, Euro, or Japan basket be good for stability? I mean, BOJ is already stepping into the like FX markets in order to stabilize their currency. Basically putting some pressure on those that have been shorting the yen for quite a while now. I would say it's the most likely to improve over the next 6 months in price. It has been improving, but it can improve more. You scoff, but it's some scary stuff, I guess. So many people care about politics. It's central banks moving markets and economies right now. Yeah. Way to open the can. I don't care. The only thing I care about less than people's opinion on the market is people's opinion on politics. There seems to be some disagreement in the Rev channel. If Rev were to be bought out for, say, $20 a share, how would volatility plays like 35Cs be affected? I mean, they would go up massively. They have 0.3 delta, right? Like, the price still has to go up to $20. It doesn't just, it's not just magic. There's a pathway to getting there. Volume's picking up today, don't you think? Bullish day? I think so. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a bounce. People are caring about politics when we live in a global kleptocracy governed by an eat the poor's mentality until Yertle the turtle has caught all of the turtle shells. I missed it. Why would Rev be bought out for $20 a share? Don't worry, it's not. Doesn't JPM roll their hedge this Friday? I believe so. They've probably already started rolling it. Have people not watched what happened with Tesla, Activision, JetBlue, Spirit, Frontier? No. Anytime something happens in the market, it's the first time it's ever happened. Catch up, man. Cat is an atrocious covered call stock. It has almost no volatility. I can't think of a worse stock to sell covered calls on. Not only is it jumpy and illiquid, but it doesn't have the volatility that would make a jumpy illiquid stock attractive to sell covered calls on. It has a like sub 3% yield. So, you know, if you're trying to rack up those divvies, it could be worse. And at low prices, growth potential is nice, but I definitely wouldn't buy it to sell fucking covered calls on. Would you agree that recent moves on Rev are irrelevant? Yes. Check wheat. What just happened? It went up? Printing my calls. That's what just happened. Oh, what fucking brokerage do I have those in? That's not good. Did I write it down? Nope. Okay, well, I need to find those. Looks nice. Can you say hi to my mom, Laquanda? Hello, Laquanda. She be watching you a bunch. She think you cute. I don't know what that means. But awesome. Big brain thought. If the Fed wants soft landing and Fed owned by big banks, can they buy stocks and act like the Fed put to help avoid market sell-off? Dude, we're not going to get a market sell-off. You know what? Here, I'll explain it to you in the easiest way I feasibly can. Where did Spy go? Oh, you're in here somewhere, you sneaky bitch. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go out to the 1 day. We're gonna zoom way out. We're gonna look at this. Nobody who bought from here to here wants to sell fucking anything. Why would you sell? And this was only, this is only like 2 years ago. Especially not when they can get fucking on RRP every night, stuffing all their fucking cash into reverse repo. So the Fed has ensured that there are no buyers for like no buyers in the equity market, but the market's not dropping fast enough to create any sellers. There's no fear, right? Until we see a big change in forward guidance, there's no reason for them to sell because they're going to remain profitable, right? They're just up. They're up a bunch. I wouldn't fucking sell. I didn't sell any of the shit I bought during the COVID crash. I'm definitely not going to sell it right now. Could a DN flip, an MM hedge, an upcoming October FTD move Jamie to 40? No, that seems excessive. We would need FOMO for it to move to 40 on just ETF FTDs. Kirk is the activist investor we needed all along. Jesus Christ. Would you ever be willing to share a picture of your giant whiteboard, minus any positions or personal info? I don't know if I could take a picture of it all in one frame. Also, it's just covered in personal info and positions. Do you have a Jimmy high price target for what? For right now? Like 31? I don't even think we'd hit that. No, if we recover here and we start pushing up past like 3750 into like the 3800 range, that's bullish as fuck. I don't have a label, Sage. If, just next time approach me on the street with a business card that has a QR code of your SoundCloud on it, and then I'll check it out. Jan, Feb, August having high price movement on ETF FTDs. Do you remember what kind of obligations needed to be met during those months? The FTDs are a spin-off from the previous OPEX periods. Seeing a lot of risk on assets pumping today, do you think this could be the start of a broader market rally? Yes. Absolutely. Risk on. I don't know who timed you out, BMG. If it was Fluffy, probably the latter. If it was Carl, definitely for giggles. TTM squeeze firing on AMD for the last 22 minutes. On what time frame? Who's your favorite US president? Kennedy. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. FDR? He did a good job. With your help, I assisted many last week in buying near the bottom of the Costco dip. Everyone is very happy. Thanks to the TA education, for sure. Figured you'd be a member of the Van Buren boys. Ben Franklin wasn't a fucking president. Oh, Jesus. Why do people think Ben Franklin was a president? Is it because he's on the $100 bill? I want to become a billionaire, but I was banned from the Discord a while back with no explanation. Is there a way to fix this? I mean, that means I probably banned you. Were you being an asshole? If you were being an asshole, I might have banned you, especially if I was in a bad mood. Sometimes I just do that. Hit me up on the Discord with your Discord name, and I'll check it out. I'll see if, well, first off, I'll see if I banned you. I'm not sure if the explanation gets given to you when you get banned. But yeah, just give me your Discord name, and I'll see if I can get it lifted. I said to reach out to me on Reddit. They don't get the ban reason? Oh, okay. If the ban says pee pee poo poo, it was 100% me. Selling CCs yet or waiting? Waiting. Why are you guys so impatient? Jesus Christ. Did you run out of ramen money? Me and you aren't going to sell CCs at the same time. I have to sell like 1,600 of the fucking things. I need a good entry. If you're selling your 4 fucking covered calls, who gives a shit when you sell them? I don't even know why people care if they get assigned. It's not salty, but it's like, stop trying to ghost my CC selling. Relief rally until puts become cheaper again and big players position for the downside. Yeah, I agree. But relief rallies can last for quite a while, as we've seen in the past. That's a lovely Tater Tom hat, Bipolar Bear. What's super cool is coming up with your own CC strategy for CC selling and not having to worry about what anyone else is doing. Imagine how cool you'd be if you did that. One can only hope, Fluffy. Yeah, BlackRock just reiterating that they're not buying any equities. But like my guidance isn't good for their positions, Anthony. Like I want a whole bunch of confirmation and then I'm just gonna sell a fuck ton of covered calls out of the money. But like if you have 4 shares and a cost basis of $50, you know, you need to be a little more aggressive in your approach than I do. I'm like stoked when I can pull like 0.05 delta at $10 a contract. Jimmy's flip point 26 something. It's 26.10, I believe. But it went down this morning. That was yesterday. This morning it was 25. It was 25 something. Now it's 24.70. But earlier it was like 25. I don't know. Look at the daily DD. It's in there, right? Can I fucking post it? I feel like I did. We're above it either way. Yeah, 25.81. So we're above it. Our next important resistance is delta neutral. And I'm definitely not selling here I'll give you some useful covered call strategy. I'm not selling fucking covered calls when we're 90 cents away from delta neutral on a possible cross. And if I were, I definitely wouldn't be selling them anywhere fucking near delta neutral. Ready Player Dan, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Always assume PiFi has a hedge and has already moved into a position by when you hear it. Your spread and entry will be worse, therefore just make your own play. To a degree. I mean, like with Pickles picks, I'm not in those unless I say I am. So unless I already have a position, I'm not in them when I write them. I have 5,000 shares of Upstart at a cost basis of 24.63, I think. It's whatever. What's our estimated upside? I don't know. If it starts moving, though, it can move quite a lot. Gamma Max is pretty decent. It's on Reg Show. I like the setup a lot, but it's going to need a little bit of time. I think upcoming FTDs will make GME cross the Gamma flip point. We're already above the Gamma flip point right now. What are you looking for in the reversal besides price drop? Increased put weight, like increased put gravity below the current price. Probably a break of the Gamma flip point for the SPX, which is quite high. It's at like 39.70. So maybe a test of 4,000. I mean, I'm gonna be positioning into puts all the way up, right? Far dated low delta to near dated higher delta as the price of the indices drives upwards. What's your Bobby cost basis? I mean, I got it down to like 12. And then I sold the majority of them at like 17. And then the rest at 13 the following day. After I pulled back the covered calls. Do you normally see a pump to get a stock off reg show like we saw in Rev? Generally, but you'll see that before forced covering begins. Remember, not all shorts are market makers or APs, right? So not all of them have access to like ETF liquidity pools. They don't have that. They're not advantaged that way. Sometimes people are just short and kind of naked and they can't cover. What does the pricing down of IV and Rev actually mean? The cost of risk has lowered. $25.78 was the flip point earlier today. They'll probably try to hold it if they can. But if the market surges up, that's going to put a lot of pressure on them. Strong 180 resistance? I mean, no. I don't think the 180 resistance is particularly strong. November 18th, enough data for cat. It depends on how far out of the money you are. I feel like I wrote out my positioning really clearly on cat. Was it confusing? I even gave like ranges for each date. The price slipping doesn't matter. I mean, you can target lower. If the price, but the price didn't fall below 160, right? Yeah. Price is still below 165. So, at the money, shorter dated, out of the money, further dated, really far out of the money, very far dated. It's not a super complicated strategy. Have you increased your position on Ape yet? No, but I'm getting ready to open a large position in AMC for the Ape deleverage. Also, I'm going to use the opportunity to snake all of Trade's viewership. Then I don't even need to trade stocks anymore. Calls on amphetamines. Why is there such a divergence between ES1 and SPY? I realize one is in the future. Okay, I feel like you're not. I don't think you're realizing, but you are. Hold on. No, that's not an arbitrage opportunity. They're not the same thing. One is in the future, which you said. You're blowing my mind here, Swing Trader to Mars. So I will help with Cat. Cat is slow by Theta. 2, Cat is low by Near the Money. 3, wait. Congrats on knowing the cat play. It's really not very hard. I think everyone moves into positions assuming that they're going to behave like GME. Like, we're all just fucked up from a year of trading high volatility meme stocks that, like, we don't know how to handle a position that's like 20% IV and a little bit of liquid. Why did you enter? What? I didn't. I said we could see a dip lower than the current range, but the market started turning around. So why would I wait for it to move lower? Also, I drew the little, like, the little inclusion thing from the current price all the way down. I don't know what you want from me, Stefan. I can't hold your hand, man. Spyrovel still looks good. I just want you to know, while I ask questions about your thesis and plays devil's advocate, I didn't sell. People trying to poke holes in a prediction is their job. No, that's fine. I don't care about that. I prefer better holes be poked, but, you know, sometimes that can get irritating. You think Jimmy could hit 30 today? I don't know. You think the market could hit 37.50? They're usually a lot tighter. There's a new like forward contract opened though. Okay, so I kind of get where you're hinting at. So the bigger spread is the newer contracts opening up. That normalizes over time. Don't worry. I know people think I get like angry with them. I'm not really angry. Sometimes it gets annoying to answer the same thing 5,000 times in 50 different ways. Between the choice of Fubo 2023 10C or Fubo 2024 10C, which one pickles your fancy more? I mean, that far out of the money, I'd probably target 2024. Although I do have 2023 $10 calls as well. I actually have both of those contracts right now. Um, the 2023s are more for like near term volatility than they are like part of the buy and hold strategy. The 2024s are part of the buy and hold. I think Fubo is going to pick up volatility, so it's ideal to have positioning that you know can capture near-term volatility and also positioning that can capture long-term growth. When OPEX after the monthly options expiration, October's will be what, the 24th, 25th, 26th. Right now, I will say that October's OPEX does not look very promising, especially if we break to like positive gamma in like the next 2 weeks. I would say we'd just see downside into November, downside or you know a drop into some stagnation. You care sharing your average on your Fubo 24 $5 calls? 104 is my current price. I think. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's my current average. What are your thoughts on long combo on Fubo? Selling a Jan 23 4P, buying Jan 23 5C and 7C. Um, I mean, I don't I don't like the I would sell a shorter dated put. Like why not like do a calendar spread on that, right? And sell like an October 21 like 4 or 450 and then buy a Jan 23 like 5 or 6 or 6 like October 21 4 Jan 6. I don't like locking up capital for long periods of time on CSPs. I think you could do November 18 fours at an even rate with $6 Jan calls. Yeah, November 18 fours are 7.73 cents, which would let you get Jan fives, right? Yeah. So you could go October 4, sell an October 4, buy a Jan 5, or November 4, and buy a Jan 5. And those are like at parity. So that seems way fucking better than 6 and 7s, which are kind of far out of the money. And if you're betting on the price going up, why not sell the CSP in the money? Right? Like why wouldn't you do like a November 450, which still gives you an average per share price of 350. And then you could buy Jan 23 $4 calls, which are also at the money. It's synthetic long, but it's like a synthetic long combo calendar spread. I understand you're getting double the leverage the other way. Have you seen the OI on Jan 23 GME? It's insane. Didn't look that insane the last time I looked at it. No, it's not. Are you talking about like the volatility strikes, like the 25-cent calls? These are irrelevant. 50 is kind of okay. 125 is really good. 237's just, these are volatility strikes too, though. So a lot of the, like, that's kind of problem with the weighting. I still think it's higher put ratio, like sub 1.0. I'll have to look again later today, but I'm pretty sure the put to call ratio is still put favored. That's also our leap contract, so it should have the most interest. I appreciate how you put the note in Pickles picks. Trading skill will continue to have an effect on positioning. I'm not at a level to participate in a lot of Pickles picks, but will fictitious trade. Fair. Yeah, everyone, I mean, right now, everyone's going to get different entries, and some of those entries will be way more profitable than others. Can you talk a little bit about why you're bullish on Rev, and what will you think will happen in the delisting hearing? I'm bullish on Rev because it's super illiquid, slightly short, and generates lots of FTDs when it gets volume. The delisting hearing, I don't think Revlon will be delisted. I think if they have a business plan, they have a pretty good chance of maintaining their listing. If they do maintain their listing, that's going to trigger ETFs buying back in. It will also likely trigger interest in their future business plan and drive at least some investment into the company. It'll drive speculation if nothing else, right? And that's really all we care about, because if volume comes in on Revlon, then we get a bunch of fat FTDs. Didn't Hertz have a plan and still got ganked from the NYSE? Maybe their plan wasn't good enough. Each case is different, right? Rev is a high risk, high reward play. Stop asking questions. Yeah, it's very high risk, but the reward potential is also very high. There's no such thing as critical margin. That's horseshit. Um, MA on SPY has flipped from resistance to support on the 1 day and 1 week, flirting with the flip on the 1 month. Is this decent TA basis to expect a rally or nonsense? I mean, it's good. It's good that it's holding this range, right? And indices don't like to stagnate for too long. What's up? Numbers can be fun. Good to see you, man. Rev is a high risk, high reward play. Okay, yeah. Gurk sell CC now. Help. I haven't sold any CCs now. The risk of selling CCs is really high at this point. We're just below delta neutral and just above the gamma flip point from this morning. If we cross delta neutral and we start getting a strong hedge, we can run the rest of the gamma off the chain, and we have fairly positive gamma up into like the 31.25 range. So you see how it's very dangerous to sell like a 28 or a 30 here because of this potential, right? And given that we don't know when the market's going to recover and dry like fully, when capitulation is going to peak and drive that market-wide price action, it could be into the end of the day Friday, in which case then you're locked in to 28 or $30 calls that you have to buy back on Friday at a loss, instead of waiting for the gamma. Like, now if we run up to 31.25 and not a lot of call interest comes in, and we kind of grind out that gamma on the chain, then the market maker can reposition and they'll start selling into the rising price, and the price can come down again. You want to sell covered calls when you think the price of the underlying is going to drop a little or stay relatively flat. Since neither of those are currently on the table, I would avoid them until one of those two things happens. If you already have them out, I hope you're far enough out of the money that you're not in that range of risk. So, like, if I were going to sell covered calls right now, I'd be selling them above gamma max, right? Riskless, essentially. Flip it. Uh, okay. I don't care if you share it. I don't care if more people come here, but I will at some point try to get rid of some of them. It's good, right? It leaves the right crowd. Well, we post, like, for GME, we post them every day. You can plot them on your own if you want. You can plot them in TradingView and have a running average of GME's, Greek neutrals that you can reference. That's why I give them every day. That's why JFresh updates them every day, right? I think we assume that you guys are taking notes. I know you're not, but If we do get that theoretical up situation, wouldn't 10-7 dated CC still be safe-ish, as the price run wouldn't be sustained that long? Yes. The price action likely wouldn't be sustained for a very long period. So as far as dates go, yeah, 10-7's great. It gives you an opportunity to buy them back really cheap before the ETF FTDs hit. I probably wouldn't be looking to sell 930s or 1014s, right? I don't want to sell, like, through an OPEC cycle, you really don't want to sell covered calls on the ETF FTD periods, and you don't want to sell them during OPEX periods. Numbers can be fun. Thank you so much, man. Hold on. I think you got censored. Gherk, sorry haven't been around to watch. A few weeks ago, some asshole on his Dodge smashed me from behind on my bicycle, shattered my hip, my foot, and 3 of my ribs. Holy fuck. Thankfully, I'm recovering pretty good and get moved to rehab today. Can you wish me luck? Absolutely, man. I hope you get better soon. Additionally, get that insurance claim. That's more YOLO money, right? Gotta be financially responsible in situations like that. But no, I wish you the best, man. I hope you get well. It's good to see you back. I'm glad you're okay. But yeah, fuck that guy and his insurance. Sue the shit out of him. It's the American way. All right, so what are we doing here? Oh yeah, we're going over periods where it's not safe to sell covered calls. You don't want to sell covered calls during OPEX periods, and you don't want to sell covered calls during ETF FTD periods. These are the two highest likelihood periods for runs on GME. And regardless of what people say about OPEX, GME's never run significantly outside of one of these two periods. Okay, so it doesn't matter. It's the same thing every time. Even if we don't get a run, that doesn't mean we won't get a run in the future. So be careful of the ETF FTD periods, which are T plus 6 plus 35C from the previous OPEX. And they last for 6 days because of the T plus 6 part, right? And then OPEX periods from the period of expiration to the completion of settlement. You do not want to sell covered calls. So that is a T plus 2 window extending from the day of settlement out through the completion of the T plus 2 window. Other than that, out of the money covered calls on GME are relatively safe. There's almost no instances of significant price improvement outside of those two events. Please clip, sure. Do you need cash to sell covered calls? No, you need shares. I do recommend that you hold the cash that you receive from selling the call until the call expires. That way you have capital to buy it back if you need to. Upstart's still on threshold. Yeah, and it's already in its forced covering period. Spy might be about to fill this gap. Don't worry, Pepe Brain. The longer you stay in here, the more you'll get it. The environment is conducive to learning, usually. He's still an M? Yeah. I'm thinking about buying November 4 GME $40 calls to capture a potential run up to 31 while still having enough theta. Decent? Not really. Like, you need an IV spike for those to print. Generally, for ETF FTDs, you want near the money. You want near the money calls with an okay. You don't need a lot of theta on them, but like a little bit. IV doesn't generally bump very hard in the ETF FTD period. The runs are really quick. They generally are only in the mornings. Like, it's not usually a period of sustained upside unless ETF FTDs are really large. We still have the 371, 375 gap that hasn't been filled. To the upside, I mean, it can be a ridiculous amount of time. Where there's probably gaps from like the COVID crash that aren't filled. Not all gaps need to be filled, but why do so many assume they do? Because of gap theory, which is largely bullshit. I mean, on the intraday, the market maker has an incentive, but after enough time, like they're not going to carry, some missed arbitrage from like 6 months ago in order to fill a fucking gap, right? Are you bullish on concrete? No. Thoughts on Bobby's earnings this week? Bad. Bad earnings. They already released like a preliminary report that showed they were fucking awful. Um, they're definitely not better now. You can play SPX on TDA. Definitely. I think you can play overnight SPX on TDA. Are you going to position for GME ETF FTDs at all? Yeah. Yes, I will. I mean, theoretically, all upside gaps should be filled on all indices always. Unless, yeah, unless financial Armageddon occurs and the indices no longer exist. T-bills hit 4% again. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. Repositioning can take time. Make sure you have theta. You can play these like you can play the market volatility. It's really profitable. Just be careful with it. Like overnight straddles every day have still been consistently amazing. What makes the rev play interesting is that the company still makes money. They're just saddled up with so mountains of debt. If they can show a way to clear the debt, I don't think they get delisted. They don't really need to show growth potential. I mean, they have growth potential kind of built in. Due to supply chain issues, they're not meeting their demand for their orders, right? So they already have the demand to generate additional revenue. They're just not able to meet it yet. Sorry, trying to fix like cords that are all tangled up. No plans for it? What do they have? Is it SPY they have overnight then? You can still play SPX on TDA. Like intraday though, right? YOLO yen? I'm already long yen, short Nikkei. I'm gonna be that guy real quick. How often is there an OPEX versus NOPEX? Because it seems like a complicated theory to reach a coin flip 50-50 chance. If there's NOPEX, then OPEX theory no work. Hmm. I think it's not that the obligations for OPEX don't come due. It's just that the strength of the obligations is not transparent, right? A lot of people shout NOPEX, but for us, where we just care about the data and not the price action or our shitty weekly calls, um, you know, a 20% move that's volume backed is an OPEX event. So, if you look at June, if you look at July, those are OPEX events. There is some ability on their part to offset that covering, right? And so, there's probably a more beneficial way to gain exposure to it, but it's very expensive, right? Most people can't afford to just buy 100 leaps at low IV and wait. Some people can, and for those people, that's great. You just wait until the price moves up 20% and sell, and then sell cover calls, right? But for most people, the timing of it is very important. I mean, this year, I would say that we've had six OPEX events that led to price action greater than 15% that was volume backed. And whether you use that opportunity to sell covered calls or use it to go long, I mean, it still always happens at the same period. There are two big exceptions this year. One being March, falling out of the previous cycle. And then the other exception being the run in August, triggering early alongside the rest of the basket, probably due to pressure presented by BBBY. You would buy to close. You sell to open, buy to close stocks for paper for CCs. I know it was Bob P. I got the joke. Don't worry. Are you excited about the Gods Unchained cards for Power Up Reward members today? No? Why would I be excited about that? July run was news leading up to the split, not OPEX. I mean, there was still significant price action and volume during the OPEX period. I mean, OPEXs are, a lot of the price action on them is driven by FOMO. I agree. There was no covering during that period. As a matter of fact, I think short volatility positions that drive OPEX cycles mostly walked away after June. Like from June through early August, they were just gone. They still had outstanding obligations, which we saw realized at the beginning of August, but they weren't positioning or shorting the stock. Why would you, right? Why would you short into a fucking split? You'd have to be stupid. Especially a dividend split. Bringing value to rewards membership is bullish. Sure. I mean, it's not Costco, but I agree. How much is Power Up nowadays? $15? That's not bad. Whatever. I mean, if you can give people shit that doesn't cost you a lot of money and get them to give you $15 a year, great. You get a $5 coupon every month. Okay, and that's, margin adjusted, right? They're still presenting physical copies of Game Informer? Jesus Christ. That's fucking archaic. If you own 100k shares, do you get Power Up for free? No. I've played MTG Arena a bit, so I decided to give Gods Unchained a try. I was pleasantly surprised to see that it is just as janky and crashes constantly. So it's basically the same like MTG Arena. I mean, I don't think it's hard to beat Wizards of the Coast in digital platforms. So give them 3 months and it'll probably be better. Yeah, but printing costs are high and they're going up. Like, it's best if they find a way to get rid of that, right? Even if it's only a small amount of money. I sure miss the old days where something looked like it might break out during lunchtime. Jimmy looks good today. Nice solid pressure. We're above the gamma flip point, so we're really stable against these market drops. It looks good. I mean, we don't have a lot of FTDs and shit right now, but they're building back up. Believe me, like this short on GME back here didn't happen for free, right? This will have a realized cost in the future. You can't short the fuck out of something as illiquid as GameStop and not generate failures. But it's been a long time since they've done this, right? Like they haven't done this as dramatically since back in March, right? Like we see small shorting done here, but most of this is on the market maker side. It's not really compounding and it's cleared out almost immediately. So they took on very, very little risk through this whole period. And this was the tail risk that followed with the ETF FTDs, right? But now, a post-split environment, they're very much back in. And this big short, especially if it's followed by another large short, maybe after, like, so we climb up into the ETF FTD period, and then another large short is very good for the continuation of that thesis. Who gives a shit about crime? As long as you can time it and make money off it, who cares, right? The market turnaround's not looking great yet, but it's the longer it stabilizes, right, the better it is. I kind of went over that yesterday. For you guys that weren't in here, you know, position entry on the SPY is going to be very much, you know, going long during this period is very risky because we're going to be very choppy, right? And either the longer we stay in this range or the more we move up, whichever happens first, the safer positioning gets. So you have like, you know, high risk to low. So a recovery, you know, after this range is far more likely and more stable. As long as we remain in this range, you know, we still have, because there's so much theta in the short positions, there's still potential for a downside move. Which, you know, you either have to, so you need either enough theta to outlast the short position or a short capitulation, or you need, you know, enough confidence in a bounce that, you know, positioning becomes safer and capitulation is guaranteed. That's why I use the little heat map so people would get it. It's not an olive. You still think 39.50 by the end of the week is possible? Absolutely not. Not by the end of the week. That would be fucking crazy. Maybe end of next week? That'd be a huge move. Especially not with like the economic data we have this week, which is basically nothing. We have personal spending on Friday. KULR bagged multiple contracts for Fortune 500 companies the past few months of their batteries. Lots of potential in the long term. Cool. You'd probably want to review the contracts. Uh, I mean, the gap didn't fill here, but this looks bearish. So we'll probably get a leg down to fill the gap. Yeah, this doesn't look super bullish right now. This is the best time to fill the downside gap is probably here in the midday anyway. Obviously the pimento kind, but it's not an olive. But I do like Kalamata olives, but I mean, this is obviously not a Kalamata olive quarter, right? First of all, they're not bright green. Second of all, they don't have pimentos in the middle. I love all olives. They're amazing. Olives are gross. What's wrong with you, Snickers? Why do you have Apple on the screen? Because I have calls and have been buying calls. I'm now buying 155s. Well, I'll probably buy some 155s, I should say. I currently only have 3 of them, but I will buy more, especially if I get another bottom. I just got an olive grabber off Amazon, so I don't have to dip my grubby fingers into the container. I have like an olive ladle that I use. Nathan Lane? Which guy from Mouse Hunt? Is Nathan Lane gay? I don't know. He might be. Castle of Toronto are the best. Yeah, they are. They're really good. I don't really pay attention to if people are gay or not. Unless it's like commonly known. I have no idea. Can you take a look at O, please? Birdcage was amazing. O's very cheap right now. Is it as cheap as it's going to be? Probably not. I can see it hitting like the 55 level. It may even drop back down to like near like 2020 levels. Ironically, O actually has enough capital on hand that they can buy up distressed assets. They're really well positioned for a real estate crash. Much better than a lot of their competitors. Do you have any SPY puts? Some, yeah. Mostly just a carryover from like overnight straddle. Jfresh was mean to me last night, so I shaved him. Whoa. That's a bit much. Could you mouth the words Bob P. olive juice, then just watch it every night before I go to bed, and it will look like you're saying that you love me. That's not creepy, so just do it. I already did it, Bob. Good luck. I feel it's disingenuous for you to ignore DRS and at the same time do a lot of due diligence on market causes and effects. Why? DRS doesn't have any realized effects on the market besides generating volatility, which it just makes it more attractive to volatility shorts and lower risk. I don't see how that's disingenuous. But do you want me to promote DRS? Is that your end game here, Mr. Greenbean? It's good to see you back after all this time. How's Super Stonk been treating you? Mr. Greenbean is a long-standing shill on this channel. How are you so red? The market dropped like fucking 200 basis points in the last like few days. 800 basis points in the last like week and a half. Most things are pretty red right now. Cover calls are up. Can't help people that don't want to help themselves. It doesn't help themselves. Guys, just so you know, you should totally DRS all your investments. That way you guarantee you can't make money off them. Great idea. Isn't that the opposite of helping yourself? You're just enforcing bag holding. Mr. Greenbean, the new koala hugger. Same like, yeah. Oh shit, not making money was an option this whole time? Always has been. How is it bag holding if you believe it's going up? Well, because you're not generating any revenue off of your investment. You can generate revenue off your investment. Did you know that? Instead of just sitting on it, clutching it tightly in your freezer like an old lady in the Depression. TRS recruitment drive. They must have gotten fired up on the Superstock Discord or something. Oh boy, do I hate making money every week off covered calls. Let me DRS my shares so I can't. Way to help myself. Thanks. Yeah. Discovering CCs has changed my life. That's my real MOASS. It's just slower. Is it? I mean, you're making more money than people that DRS. I hope people keep DRSing though. Good luck to you guys. I hope you lock the float. If you lock the float and get Fidelity to offer me 5,000% per share for the borrow fee, I'm going to lend Kenny all my shares. It's going to be amazing. Good luck with your infinity pool. Bag holding equals hope it's going to go up, but no valid reasoning it will. That sounds about right. Hey man, thinking about DRSing, but I boofed my shares many moons ago. Can you help me get them out? I'm having a little trouble on the exit. I'm getting too old for this. I feel silly for having rev options that are down 50%. And then I remember that it's rev. VUPs be nimble, VUPs be quick. Pre-VUPs beat me with a stick. Beautiful. Aren't you just a little bit excited to sell CSPs when apes have locked 90% of the float? The illiquid profit potential would be insane. I mean, put pricing will be nuts, right? SS is gonna send a hitman after you. Believe me, if they all sold all of their 7,000 shares, they couldn't afford one. Can't help people who don't want to help themselves. Exactly. Is there a link to this JFresh SS takedown? I have no idea. What's a good strategy for selling CC on Upstart? I sold some above my cost basis for this week. It's fucking risky though because it's still on Reg Show, and it's during the forced covering period. So selling CCs on it's really dangerous. Volatility is good. Price is nice. You're safe. All their investments are DRS'd. Is that the is that like the super stonk paradox? You can't afford a hitman for me, but you also can't sell shares of GME? Because no sell, no sell. Are you just playing the SPX, like adding more if it dips? I just straddle it every night and then sell off the profitable positions and then carry over what isn't profitable. Should I update SS on the shares I undrs? Got to make sure their bot is accurate. Yeah, absolutely. You want them not reporting DRS numbers to short hedge funds. God. Why Fuberto sad? I don't know, is it? It's doing fine. It's at like 380. The market's doing a sad. You have a bearish take on Visa in the current context? Hmm, not really. I mean, most of their price loss is just due to the decline in the market. It's not really due to the underlying, like, company, right? Like, Visa hasn't had, like, a lot of very bad news, and they'll probably have good earnings again. Why can I not find SPX on TradingView? I have no idea. It's just SPX. YouTube's really slow and buffering today. They've been having a lot of like issues this week and outages. Do you like any tech stocks at these prices? I bought some Google last week. Oh, that's a nice entry. Yeah, I don't hate that. Right, no, buy. I don't buy. What did I have here? Apple? Yeah, not in 3 DTE. I mean, Google's like a monopoly. There's very few prices that it's bad to buy it at. I bought more 165 November 18 cat calls. Help. You won't need it. For selling CCs on Rev, would using a similar strategy like I do with GME, Delta around point 0.2 be good, or should I adjust that? You can probably sell CCs at the put wall. So I think the put wall is at point 0.3 Delta. 0.18. And Delta falls off hard on. Well, let's go out a little further towards the expiration. I don't know how many buyers you'll have, but 6.5 and 6 aren't terrible right now. 7's a little. Well, 7 has more OI. 7 might actually be better because of the spread. I would definitely limit sell them. IWM still up on the day. SPX down 13 points. QQQ still up on the day. Now at even. Ooh. Good opportunity. Hmm. Like a monopoly, it is a monopoly. That will be determined in a court of law. Sisyphus. Do you recommend extended hours charting for cat? Yeah, sometimes it has some pretty crazy overnight moves. Likely due to its massive like SPY and Dow exposure. I mean, it hasn't tanked. Yeah, it's still in the same range as yesterday. Yeah. Whole market taking a shit. Yeah. It's not really taking a shit. It's just coming back to where it was yesterday afternoon. chopping on a bottom. Fortunately, not breaking down on that bottom, though. I mean, I'd say we're pretty fucking stable over the last 3 days. Everyone's acting like fucking the sky is falling all the time. Thoughts on GME being so stable? It really hasn't gone down with the market at all lately. I mean, it does. It drops with the market. It's just not dropping more than the market, right? Performance is about even. A lot of that has to do with the fact that the market maker hedge is still net negative, right? Michael Burry thinks we're gonna crash. Maybe. I mean, I personally don't care either way, right? I'm long VIX. I'm okay with the market crashing. It'd be nice if it didn't right now. Here come the 52-week low alerts. Burry thinks treasuries are gonna crash, more specifically. Oh, cool. Kenny will make even more money. Was that his thing today? I mean, if Japan sells out of their treasuries, they absolutely will. TQQQ. Where are you? Ooh. Like this. We did it? Do we get 360, 360, 350? 36.35? Being long VIX better than going short on the SPY? I mean, I'm long VIX as a hedge, but being long VIX is really good if there's a crash or a flash crash. See you later, Peasant Vision. Carlos Mencia of the financial world. At what point do you sell off your VIX hedge? How do you typically reposition after? I generally sell it off on corrections. And then I wait for the market to rally and then I re-enter it. Obviously, the more fear in the market, the less likely I am to sell it off early. Thoughts on there won't be a big drop until Apple and Tesla capitulate? I don't really think Tesla, but Apple, Microsoft, Amazon seem more important than Tesla. Do you always catch it on time? I mean, not perfectly, but yeah. Yeah, I know. New low on the SPY is in. Sold my SPX puts too early today. Sigh. Whatever. If you sold them for a profit, you're good, right? Seems like a good time to put in some stops on my straddle. 36.40. On a scale of bullish to currently squirting hard, what are your thoughts on Rev? Just bullish. It's not squirting at all. It's at 518. Jimmy, best hedge? It's fine. I mean, it's decent. It's pretty low. You say your stop's based on contract value or underlying price? Usually contract value. Yep. I do. Just don't try to position for it like in 2 days, right? I think we moved back to 370. I don't see why not. Where's the bottom of the gap on SPX? It's filled. All gaps, all the downside gaps from this year are filled right now. Oh, Jesus, PMG. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't have time to panic yet, but this is what I worry about. Sellers don't sound exhausted. I mean, the options chain would show otherwise. Greed will reign. We'll see. TD sequential indicator to find reversals. I don't use TD, so I have no idea. Use Black-Scholes for the stop values or quick mental math for the price? Just mental math, usually. Sometimes, like if it's a big enough position, I'll run it through like a calculator and try to get it a more precise price, but isn't there another SPX gap at 35.90? No? We're... What? From November? This is the lowest we've been all year. Do you think the fallout from the UK mini budget over the last few days is going to play heavy over the next week or so? Or would the bond yields rocketing in the UK not cause panic in the US? Do you think fallout from the UK mini budget over the last few days is going to play heavy over the next week or so? I mean, it is to some degree already. It's already caused a big run on like on the bond market. The tax cuts were not seen favorably. How low can the SPY go? There's there was like trend resistance as a 35.68, 35.70. Like right down here. How much do you make daily in profits on average? It varies wildly. Some days I don't trade at all. When I day traded more frequently, probably like 12 to 1500 a day. I don't really day trade anymore though. Which is better for upside, SPY calls or upstart? SPY or upstart? SPY calls are probably more reliable. You still day trade? Not really. When is the Revlon bankruptcy hearing scheduled? October 13th. But I don't have any SPX 0 DTEs. I mean, that's just like fun shit I'm doing with Dork, right? Like, it's not, those aren't real positions. They're like $30 a contract. Oh, interesting. What's up, Magnus? Oh, sorry. Still hope for Apple 155s? Yeah, I'm gonna buy some more 150s here in a minute. I just want to wait till it stops dropping. This is Apple's second test of VN, which is kind of nuts. The reason that's so compelling on Apple is Apple has more like volatility swaps on it than any other single equity by like a lot. And Tesla VN force repositioning of the hedge. So it's very exciting. Where is VN today? 148.53. And Apple's currently at. What did I do with it? Oh, took it off. Hold on. Apple's getting very close to VN. VN is 148. 53. It already tested it once this week. How far out Apple 150s? Like October 21st, probably. Couple weeks. I don't want them. I don't want to hold them through SLD, right? Having broken the SPY June low, are you less bullish on a SPY reversal? No. Or is daily close below June low a more significant factor in determining the future of the SPY? That's probably more important. I don't really care about where it closes today. I care about the fact that it's too expensive to buy more puts on it. So as long as I continue to see like net gamma across the strikes trend positive, it still looks like a reversal is likely. Do you have puts in Apple or calls? I'm buying calls. The only thing I have puts on right now is SPX. And those have a pretty tight stop. They're only 2 DTE, so where do you watch net calls and puts on SPX? The options data at the end of the day. You can download it from CBOE if you want and math it out yourself. Yeah, put cost is awful. It is. Straddles are super lopsided already. Thankfully, the put side of them keeps printing, and so I keep getting a bunch of free calls. Unfortunately, the free calls aren't printing. Are you going to do anything for BBBY's earnings call? No. Maybe I'll sell naked calls again on it. Seems like a good play every time they fucking open their mouths. What programming language are the IBKR scripts? Your IBKR scripts written in? I have no idea. The few I have, I didn't write. My knowledge of programming is minimal. Like very, very basic. No, it's not written in basic. They might be either C or Python. They're not written in COBOL. If you ever need help learning, man, let me know. You're helping me learn options. I'm alright. Thank you, though. Well, MMs have to buy a ton? Yes. Are you adding to your October 3700s? I added to them last night when I straddled. I still have them open. I've been buying shorter and shorter dated put sides. So my straddles have been like long on the call side And then shorter dated puts in order to balance the cost. So I'm going like higher leverage on the short side and then fewer DTE in order to balance the cost against the long calls. The shorts keep, like, the short side keeps printing every day. The long side prints a little bit, but not sufficiently for me to take profits. They more than pay for themselves because these drops are fucking enormous, but it is leaving me with like quite the random pile of long calls. And I have them between like 3,700, 3,750, 3,800, 39, 3,680, which have printed, but those are kind of far dated, so I haven't sold them yet. Are we legit crashing right now? I don't think so. Or not on this volume. You know, market crashes aren't like a slow bleed to slightly lower levels. having been in a couple of them, they are fucking violent. Like beyond anything you've seen, including the GME fucking run in 2021. GME volume increasing. Yeah, it was a nice break of VWAP, but it got rejected. Does Rev still apply? Yeah, it's really cheap right now. Rev has never stopped being a play. If you were in on it early, which obviously you weren't, there were a lot of opportunities to make a lot of money off of it. Most of my positioning on Rev has been paid for by Rev. So, I mean, I don't really care about the risk I have there. Understand that it is an extremely high risk play. You probably know, but to those who haven't checked, Rev 35s are at 50 at the bid. Pick them up while they're hot. I already grabbed some. Yeah, they're quite cheap. You think we could slow bleed into 2023? No. The last 3 days look pretty similar. If we get another rise into close, this looks like a reversal soon. We'll see. It may not be super soon, but within the next like week or so. Nice, Alethea. I think more importantly, Rev like $7 and $6 calls are super fucking cheap right now. Puts are super overpriced, so CSPs are really attractive. Did you get stopped out on your SPX calls? No, but I'm about to get stopped out on my puts. I don't have a stop on the calls. They're just there. Like, they have no cost basis. They were part of straddles. Straddles that printed really hard to the short side. Your eyes ever snap to the timing sales and you freak out because orders are moving like crazy, but then you realize that you had the SPY's timing sales up and not GME's? Fun times. Jesus Christ. I thought we'd reached peak boring in here, Doric, but you've beat it. Do you use trailing stops on options? Only if I can't monitor the position. So like if I have to walk away or do something else, then or I don't want to watch it, I'll set trailing stops. Doubled my 3,700C at the bottom. Easy money. Yeah. VWAP, explain like I'm 5. Volume weighted average price. When you have a straddle on SPX, what percent gain would your stop get set at? I mean, if both legs are equally priced, 200%. Is ideal. No, I didn't sell my Jan 35s. I bought more today. You're explaining VWAP again unsubbed. See you later, big Dill Dundanianair. Did you change your name? If you were to go full port, would you go Rev Jan 23 or Upstart November? Neither? You don't full port into high risk positions like that. It's stupid. Do you think it's a good time to average down on TQQQ calls at these levels? Lots of bullish divergence on RSI. Yeah, I already have like quite a few TQQQ calls. I'm buying more still. I have orders set at lower levels, so although I think I kind of needed to drop a little bit lower, like sub 20 for these to fill. Hold on. Actually should check this order. What's the contract price on those though? Oh, fuck. Catch it on another leg down, maybe? We'll see. Big SPY volume. Cool. QQQ is to SPY as SPX is to NASDAQ. Like NDX. I think QQQ is NASDAQ 100, right? So it'd be NDX. Or IXIC. The delta on Rev 35s is going down because IV is dropping. And no, I'm not. Does NDX have the same tax advantage as SPX has? I believe so. Don't quote me on that. Look it up. But I think it does. Still don't see the SPY volume. Right there. It's a good sign for a reversal. Let's fucking go. Tesla's a nice entry again. Ooh. Yeah. Let me see what put gamma looks like down here on SPX right now. Yeah. Yeah, this is 3645 is like the last high, really high level for put gamma. Which has moved up since yesterday when it was at 3635. Here, I'll show you guys. 1 second. Come on, fuck off. Yes. Boop. BTC dropping off a cliff. Interesting. Well, there's just less put interest at lower levels. I mean, there's a little bit. Like the next one down is like 36.25, 36.20, but it's pretty weak right there. And then it's really weak down to 36, like 3600. And 3600 is already slightly positive. I think the biggest issue is it's kind of hard to get over the 36.95 right now without some, sell-offs. But it's getting better. Just takes time to grind them out. Remember, they have theta. A lot of these positions are for 1021. So they don't want to buy more puts because they're more expensive, right? So they're holding on to their positions a little longer, but time's working against them. Nice, Frosted Flakes. Congratulations. I feel like I'd hear a lot less complaining if everyone was just straddling this shit every night. No, I haven't started selling cover calls on Jimmy. I'm not going to either. Not yet. So there's too much positive gamma to the upside on the chain. I did a video about it earlier. Go look at it. Is that screenshot from Market Chameleon? No. I'd complain a lot less if I was an overpaid executive. Fair. Is straddling something you can't do with limited cash? I assume upfront cost is high, no? I mean, it's a put and a call, right? The upfront cost isn't that high. I mean, there's a big part of me that wishes we would just fill the fucking bottom out on this bullshit, hit the low trend, and then move up. So we could get some like real capitulation instead of stagnating in these awful levels with no support or resistance. I'd love for us to hit 35.70 so I can just buy a shitload more calls. It's at like 35.80, 35.70. Below that, there's almost no put volume at all. Answer this wise guy. When I was 2, my sister was twice my age. Now I am 40. How old is my sister? 42? Was that like a fucking riddle or something? No. She was 4 when he was 2. He's 40, she's now 42. How are so many of you getting this wrong? Jesus fucking Christ. No, he said when I was 2, she was twice my age. 2 times 2 is 4. Which means she was 4 when he was 2. He's 40. That's a difference of 2. He's now 40. She's 42. Fucking eggplants. It's not fucking 80. Trick question. She was never his sister. She's only there for the inheritance money. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with it. God, so many things make more sense now. I've been stuck on Hooked on Phonics for the past few weeks, by the way. Is there an answer book for the or worksheets that I can use to cheat my way through it? No, because you wouldn't be able to read those either. That'll just serve to further confuse you. How thin do you slice your eggplant for eggplant parmesan? Like 1/32 of an inch? You have to use a mandolin for consistency. I know, they're scary. That's bigger than my peepee. I'm sorry, Carl. Oh, bipolar bear's gone full bear. Time to load up on calls. No, Olive Garden eggplant parmesan is disgusting. Arby's has the meats? I don't know if there's a time of day I hate more in the markets than 10:30 a.m. till 2:30 p.m. Arby's is fucking gross. I mean, it is. Actually, no, hold on. Mostly gross. Their buffalo chicken slider is amazing. How many days to potential forces covering on Upstart? None? That's not how that works. It's you know what's important about Upstart? That it remain on Reg Show until a period of covering comes due. And then if it runs while on Reg Show and they're unable to short it, that's bullish as fuck. VIX still climbing. Yeah, everyone's realizing about now that they probably should have had some kind of VIX hedge set up. I've only been talking about it for fucking 2 years. This is what they're for, guys. This is why you hedge with the VIX. What's your favorite fast food? I don't know. It depends on how drunk I am. Like, sober, I won't eat fast food at all. Moderately drunk, I could see myself at like a Wendy's or a Burger King. Super drunk, Taco Bell. Blackout drunk, White Castle. Yeah, and in California, Taco Bell would have been subbed with Del Taco, which is infinitely better. You don't drink too often? Not anymore. I used to drink more frequently, but nowadays barely ever. Del Taco is gross. You're wrong. I mean, it's gross, but you're also wrong. On a scale of Justin Bieber to Lord Sauron, on how contrarian are you feeling today? I don't know which of those is the more contrarian outcome. Bieber? I'm feeling very Bieber. He seems more universally hated than Sauron. Chick-fil-A on your fast food list? Of course not. I get drunk at night, Stefan. I'm not a degenerate. And Chick-fil-A isn't open at night or on Sundays or to the gays. I wish we had Del Taco in Minnesota. I think you do. I think the closest Del Taco to New York is in Detroit. Well, it's not that far from you. It's in Michigan. How far is Michigan from Minnesota? They're like right next to each other, right? Like 300 miles. You could go eat Del Taco in one day. I mean, it's your whole day, but I'm about to buy another November 18th 165 cat call. I have a sickness. I bought 10 more. So, I feel you. As someone who's over leveraged myself on Caterpillar several times, it's been worth it every time. How is Costco hot dog not on your list? They're fucking disgusting. Am I closer to Detroit? Alright, never mind. We just take a fucking boat. Have you ever had pupusa? I have. I'm not a fan, but I've had them. I've never felt closer to you. If you had to choose 24 hours in a room with 10 diehard super suckers, who would you argue who would argue with you the entire time, or Moonwind? Oh, I see. See, putting me in a room with 10 super stockers sounds like a challenge. Putting me in a room with Moonwind is just like me beating my head against a wall. OB jabroni. So, yeah, I'd probably choose the 10 super stockers. It's not so much that I hate a lot of things. It's just that I don't have weak feelings about stuff. Can you explain the Fubo play? It's cheap. It's probably going to be better and worth more. You have a weak hold on Midwest geography. It's all the same place, though, right? I feel like Minnesota to Michigan via boat just can't be that far. I'm gonna go look. And really, it's North Midwestern geography. Oh, you can fly there in like an hour. Can you get there by boat? It looks further by boat. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. Minnesota is like kind of in a different place than I thought it was. Short flight though. They all kind of blend together for me, so that's not fair. They are all in the Midwest, so that's not my fault. I didn't put them there. I saw 6 men kicking and punching my mother-in-law. My neighbor said, "Are you going to help?" I said, "No, 6 should be enough." Nice, Dan. Thank you, Kevin. Where is the Mid-East? I assume the Mid-Atlantic, which would be like South Carolina through Delaware? Maybe North Carolina through Delaware? I know South Carolina likes to be the South. Imagine being landlocked. The Midwest is for poors. Ivad, thank you so much, man. Would you rather be in a room with 20 Midwesterners or 10 super stockers? The same thing? I don't care about your entry into Caterpillar, Stefan. Literally the world's largest source of fresh water, but okay, good luck, buddy. Is this like a I don't understand what you're trying to do here. It's a very like my dad's better than your dad statement. Are you really proud of your fresh water? I have water. It comes out of my faucet. So, I mean, I guess we could both make fun of the Californians. I watched a cool documentary about New York water last night. Wasn't it that crazy dude on YouTube who tracks like all the New York waterways in what are arguably the most relaxing videos ever made? JB's doing pretty good today, actually. How could I have missed the return of Sanjeet? He was only here briefly, but he's still in it with us. Fucking diamond handing those shares. The LA River is hilarious. Why? Because it's dust? Or because they call it a river? Even Sanjeet with limited internet access knew not to DRS his shares. Is it true the water is what makes New York pizza so good? It has been argued that yes, that is a big part of it. A lot of baked goods in New York, like bagels too. Jimmy M and Upstart all look pretty sturdy today. Yeah, they're doing all right. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, Stefan, because the time setting's actually universal. Are they covering obligations in the market downturn? Not really. They're just kind of caught in the middle of their hedge. Actually, utilization's kind of low. I don't think there's a lot of obligations on GME right now at all. Utilization's pretty low. They're just right. They're like right above the gamma flip point, but below any positive gamma strikes. So you have like your positive gamma to the downside and positive gamma to the upside, and we're like right here. I guess you can flip that, but It's easier to draw it that way. So if we move up, we'll keep moving up, right? Because they have to start hedging. If we move down, we'll bounce back up. So they're just in like a shitty spot. Is Occidental at 60 still a buy? Unless you think you can get it for 55. What's it at today? Did oil finally drop off a bit? Not much. Oxy's still up today. 58. Yeah, and 57 would have been kind of attractive. I really like 50, like 56.75. I would probably get a lot. But it's holding its own. Yeah, but not a bad price at 58. I wouldn't fully buy in at 58 because we could see some more downside. Today's Tuesday, right? It's still really early in the week. I can't submit my DRS. If I DRS shares, I can't submit them to the bot because I'm banned. Oh, I had Rev 35's increased 2K since open. Part of that is my fault, Dominic. Like more than I want to admit to. Yeah, I don't care. I'm still not DRSing my shares, Alex. Is it worth it playing the test and repositioning on the dips? Sure, if you want to. DRS them for next earnings, then remove them for Q4 earnings. What should I eat today? Fucking kind of hungry. Could order pizza. That'd be pretty quick. Supposed to go out for dinner. I ate caribou? That's an odd. Well, I'm like kind of hungry right now. Maybe I'll just go downstairs and like grab a couple slices of pizza. I don't have to wait 45 minutes for somebody to deliver something from across the street. Ramen? The place I like isn't open this early. They don't open till like 4 o'clock. Another catfish? No. No, I have a meeting with someone. You have a pizza place under your apartment? Not really. It's very close though. Like a couple buildings down. What? Larry? No. Discussing finances? Sort of? No, it's just a lawyer. I'm just meeting with a lawyer. Before the speculation runs wild. For FTD settlement, which is the longest time frame available and to whom? T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3. And yes, for FTDs. I'm not getting married. It's also not about the house. I'm not dating the lawyer or showing any lawyer my electric bill. It's also not a divorce lawyer. How do I become a commodities trader? I mean, you just trade commodities? It's not for criminal action. In your earliest streams, didn't you have a fiance? No? Not that I know of. Yeah, I'm adopting JFresh. How did you guys know? Do you have a tort or have you been torted? I love that word. Also no. No, it's a consultation. That's all. Rev doing very slightly bullish things. God, I need to pick better stocks to watch. Yeah, probably. Are you the consultant? No. I am being consulted. I'm the consultee. Kirk America about to be born. God, what a terrible name. Hear me out, GME. What about it? I'm gonna buy more 3700s. I'm buying more calls. I'm gonna buy calls on everything. I'm gonna buy more cat calls, and I'm gonna buy more SPX calls, and I'm gonna buy more Apple calls. How far out? I'm not gonna tell you. It's my secret. There. Why now? What changed? What do you mean? With what money? Did you sell your covered calls? No? Aren't our positions identical? Absolutely fucking not. Why would the lawyer he's not consulting me about the fucking stream. God. You guys don't just infect every facet of my life. Why'd you decide to buy calls now and not earlier today? I did buy some calls earlier today, but I've bought more now. Now the market can crash. You can't escape us, bots. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, guys. All right. Chili, same like soup. Yeah, sort of. No broth. I don't know. How do you define soup? The pizza place isn't open, so I'll need to find somewhere to order from. Why is it spelled soup and not soup? I'd imagine, I don't know, French? Is it French? Hmm. Soup is for poors unless it's chowder. Or bisque. French onion? Is French onion a poor soup? I mean, it's just onions, right? I didn't eat any fucking soup. Is there any other strategy like PMCC to replicate without a CSP without selling puts? No? That'd be like trying to create a PMCC without selling the call. Um, can you conduct the trade and then move the capital into your TFSA? I don't know how TFSAs work. Like, the only people concerned with Canadian finances are Canadians. Pho is delicious. I don't care what Dad says. That's fair. I bought more cat calls like 10 minutes ago, Jettle. Pho is just bad ramen. I've had veal milanese before. Why would I talk about trades quitting AMC or YouTube? Who gives a shit? Because it's another incidence of you being right. But the classy thing to do is enjoy that in silence, right? It'd be more impressive if trades quit math. Put selling end of day on the SPY. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reposition. Trey shut down his nut house, and all inmates from his loony bin are looking for homes. Yeah, but like, they're not gonna come here, right? They watched trades for a year. This will be the last place they hang out. You think they're gonna come in here and be personally insulted every day by some random asshole on the internet for fun? 5 years. Those who've been pigeon whales the whole time can meet up in New York and share a swanky meal and compare ports. That could be fun. Can Head and Shoulders be applied to RSI? Sure. Are you catching any of the news on the pipelines? I saw a little bit of news about like the Nordstrom pipelines. Is that what we're talking about? Zom to 130. So we got a hurricane hitting. Europe is triggering a sabotage probe into the pipeline. Gas bubbles churning in the sea surface. Operators say damage to Nord Stream 1 is unprecedented. Crisis over. Russian gas has sent prices soaring. Crisis over Russian gas has sent prices soaring. Wow, that's really badly spaced. Damn. That's a big fucking gas leak. Guys, don't let it match. As long as nobody smokes near it, it should be fine, right? I'll be a pigeon whale by then, but you'll still laugh at my Palantir cost basis. I mean, absolutely. Leia Schutt cover of UK holds the world record for most mini gherkins eaten in 1 minute at 23. She also holds the record for most sausages swallowed in 1 minute at 12, and the fastest time to eat a cucumber at 27 seconds. What's her phone number? That's the ancient ones farting in the Baltic Sea. Having fajitas with the lawyers tonight? No. What membership do I need to get pics of the pickle everyone keeps talking about? Dillionaire, but then you also have to be really flirty. How many catalysts do we need? More? Maybe they just like bumped into it with a submarine by accident. Is this lawyer to watch your other lawyer? I mean, eventually, yeah. We'll see how the consultation goes. Lawyers, a lot like doctors, you know, some of them are just fucking stupid. It's glizzy. It ain't Cairo. So it sounds completely like an accident. Like whoops, we blew this up. That's still the same as an accident if you say it was an accident. You want to go long cotton? I got 50K 2 months ago. I've been following OPEX play and some other options, Rev 35s, etc. I'm now down to 13K. Advice? Stop losing money. It's probably a good idea. Start with stop losing money. You make it sound so easy. It is. Can you go over that last bit again? Wait, was this to make money and not diamond hand my options to zero? Ideally. Wasn't Nordstrom like already cut off though? I mean, it doesn't seem advantageous for Russia to do it. Is this a good entry for everything? Kind of. Or it's the worst entry for everything.
It's very polarized. Polarized entries.
There was still gas in the pipeline from before it was cut off. Months worth of gas, I believe. Well, not anymore. I'm not hedged in every direction. I'm only hedged really for up and down. I don't have a lot of theta hedges. Pros hedge front to back. How do you hedge theta? Selling it? So like I hedge theta on like my long VIX positions, right? Like my VIX hedge by selling PMCCs against it, which offsets the theta decay. Because while I'm holding the position, I'm selling forward my theta. Are you prepared for a market crash? Yeah, I mean, I'll profit off of one. I don't own a lot of long positions, like outside of GME, right? I only have like 20% more of my port in long-term holdings. AMD's options chain is super fucking bullish. Provided it can get a lift with the market, it should run really well. Like, I think it can outperform. You see, Upstart or Fubo is a better CSP candidate over the next 2 weeks. I think Upstart has higher priced puts, if I'm not mistaken, because of its reg show inclusion. They have to short with puts, right? That makes puts more expensive. Yeah, I posted the AMD positions that I was taking. Was there Upstart GD somewhere that I've missed? I don't know. No? AMD only underperforms. I mean, not always. Sometimes it overperforms. It's an attractive short, though. No, Upstart's 13 days on reg show. They have solid financials, and they've been shorted into oblivion. The bar rate on it's rising. It looks good. Calls are cheap. Do you have a cost basis on Revlon? I do as of yesterday. I think it's like $3,000 now. What's your time frame on Upstart, especially if no VUPs by end of reg show? But it's not off reg show. It remains on reg show. Like it's already 13 days on reg show. So now there's no more shorting it without a pre-borrow agreement, which means it's generating tons of synthetic liquidity in order to stabilize price action. Synthetic liquidity fails. I mean, it's bullish. I've got calls all the way out till January, but I would say the most of my position is now in November. I was gonna wait until the end of this week to close out the October calls, just to see if we get like a little rally back and I can reposition cheaper. But they're mostly, you know, lost. Is there Apple update on picks? Did you miss it or did you enter yesterday? I've been entering all day today. It was for today, and I've been entering all day. Because if Apple pushes through Vega neutral, that's gonna cause, you know, like a rehedging catalyst. And that's super fucking bullish. I don't think Apple's hit Vega neutral in the last couple years. Do you have an upside target on Upstart? I mean Gamma Max, which was, you know, in the 30s, but it's been coming down with the price dropping. Let me see where it's at today. Yeah, Gamma Max is at 32.94. So roughly that range. However, it is still trading under Vega neutral. And it's down like 90% this year. Remember, all those shorts are future buyers, right? So everyone was shorting this shit at fucking, you know, $90 back in May, or, you know, shorting it at like 128 back in March, or shorting it at what was it? It was like you know, 160 back in back in Feb. Like all those shorts are still gonna close their positions, right? The company's not going out of business. So I'm not worried about it like grinding down to $1 or anything. They have like decent cash flow, plenty of money on hand, moderate to low debt that is manageable. Their margins are increasing, as our revenues. You know, they're lender adjacent, so they're making additional points now off of increased interest rates. I think like not only is it probably a really decent buy and hold, it has a lot of potential of being on reg show into the 13-day period. Remember, they got Bobby right off reg show, right? If you have no liquidity problems, you just resolve it. But if you have liquidity problems and you're stuck, and like an equity, a single equity gets stuck on reg show, that's very compelling, right? Like that's what was so compelling about Revlon initially. And then, in addition, not only did Upstart go on reg show, but the largest ETF containing Upstart also went on reg show at the same time. I believe the ETF is now off of reg show, but Upstart is still on. Holy baggies, what's the next cope date, Keck? When's the next heckin' OPEX supposed to happen? Don't worry, bag bros. Ryan Killen will surely save us any day now. Or just sell volatility and don't be a dipshit, plip diddler. They need to, so on Tesla Vega neutral, volatility swap positions need to rehedge
right? It's like the flip point for their swap positions. Apple has more volatility swaps on it than any other single equity by a long shot. It's also has the most ETF exposure of any equity, which makes it really compelling if Apple hits Vega neutral, right? What did Plip do to deserve getting diddled? I don't know. No, I can't say I missed trades. Hey, it's your boy Gherk. Like and subscribe to my stream. JC, stop being a shill. How about this? Hey, it's your boy Gherk. Fuck off. What was this chop the last couple of hours? Chop, mostly. Hey, it's your boy Ice-T. Here to talk to you about Car Shield. Oh, fine. If you'll stop asking for full ball, I'll play it. God damn it. I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be
Thoughts on Avia? It's a shitty $2 pump and dump.
I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
I played it loud enough. I need Yuri to DM me. Oh, no, I don't.
Pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Good for you, Squamsk. Do you ever feel like a cult leader? No. Seems to be nominated for a Grammy. I don't even know who the fuck Kelly Ripa is. Is she the other half of Regis? Where do you think we see the Dixie topping out? I don't know, it's pretty enormous. Gherkin on the first date. Well, I run a pickle themed stock cult on YouTube where we mostly talk about food. That makes sense. Has AMD found the floor? I think the question you should be asking is, has the market found a floor? Everything else is just along for the ride. Some troll in my town put a campaign banner amongst the other political sides for dicks on butts. I spit my coffee on my windows. What if it's real? I think you should dig into that candidate. Can PFE hit 45? It's done it before. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of Pfizer. Do you have an opinion on Rod Alsman? I've been following him for more than a year, and I'm starting to doubt there's any value in doing so. I mean, he's like an institutional investor, right? He's not going to have the same viewpoints you do. I've talked to him a few times. I mean, I wouldn't say I know him really well, but I've had some conversations with him. He's a pretty smart guy. I mean, I don't know if he's like giving a lot of like educational gold out. He's probably still just selling the fuck out of naked calls every time GME runs. Which is, you know, what you do when you have margin. Yeah, I don't know if PFE will have as much potential as like QQQ stocks will. With the rising market. I read through your notes. I mean, I think you do need to find out about the distribution of the flu vaccine. And also, you know, you have to consider when the profits from that are going to be realized in their earnings report, which could be several quarters later, right? Isn't the safest way to catch possible OPEX for October, November with leaps bought mid-October at the lowest point? Sure. You can do that. It's capital intensive, but it's one way of doing it. There's two big problems with going balls deep on leaps. One of them is you get shitty leverage because leaps are more expensive. The other one is, what if you don't hit the bottom and you just have a garbage entry? It doesn't give you, like, because of the, expense and moving into leaps, it doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to average down. Is this a good time to buy O? It's not terrible. You could wait. I'd wait for, like, the bottom of the housing market if you want to buy O, and that's a few months out. Manufacturers and commodities are probably decent investments right now. Commodities especially, because they're still so low and underbought. I don't know, talk to Mr. Poopy Pants. It doesn't seem like there's an edge in the PFE play. I kind of agree. Too much risk of bad news. Yeah. How high do you think mortgage rates get to? I don't know, 10% next year? Bottom of the housing market is more than a few months out. I'd say that we could see it start to bottom in the next 6. Remember, housing pricing is, faster. Price realization in the housing market is faster nowadays. And the faster and faster that gets, the more volatility it will experience. Thanks, Zillow and Redfin, for pricing all housing markets, same like other housing markets. What's your largest shareholding? GME. What's your largest shareholding you wish you never had? Palantir. That's pretty easy. I know how long it took for the housing market to bottom after 08. We didn't have Zillow and Redfin back then. Yeah, pricing in the housing market is far more accelerated now. And with faster price realization leads to more volatility, right? Just like the stock market. The best time would be to buy after the housing market drops and then rates start to get pulled back. There'll be a window in there where home buying will be advantageous. Are you keeping your house? I told you I'm going to turn it into an OnlyFans hotel. No, I'm kidding. I actually don't know what I'm doing with it yet. I've been busy. What are your thoughts on Palantir now? I mean, they don't make money. I just bought in the 7s. I'm sorry. Are there strategies outside of known strategies? Yeah, but you're just adding more and more legs to shit. What if you're guaranteed a 2% rate for a house loan? Oh, that's great then. That's, I mean, as long as you refinance in the future, I guess who cares? How long until interest rates come down? I don't think we're going to see the Fed pull back on rates, at least until the middle of next year. If you had to buy in the next 1 to 2 years, do you think an ARM mortgage might be the best? I mean, you're taking on a lot of risk. What if the Fed has to really pump like rate numbers? What if like if inflation starts to accelerate out of their control, they're gonna have to like go full Volcker, and then you're sitting on top of an arm? That sounds like a nightmare. Your timeline is incredibly short. I think it's accurate. We already see the housing market down pricing faster than it ever historically has. You can always refinance when rates go down. Yeah, if you're not forced into a default while you're still in it. That's super fucking risky. I wouldn't touch an arm right now. I can understand like you need to buy a place and you get in at 10% and then refi down the road, but fuck that. When do you think the prices of houses bottom out? That could be a little longer. Maybe early 2024. Oh to 42? That's a bit of a stretch. Um, Maybe like 46, more likely low 50s. Yes, I know you disagree, Surface Smurf. We've had this conversation like 10 times. Don't forget though, with faster repricing to the downside, the bounce will also be more violent. So there'll be like the period to get into a house will be shorter. Yeah, if you live somewhere like New York or most of California, you know, housing prices aren't really going to fall off that much. Like they'll fall off mostly at the higher end, right? Like the houses people simply can't afford. But they won't fall off as much as other parts of the country. All the banks and hedge funds are just gonna go out and buy all of the houses when it crashes. Yeah, they sold the top, so I paid 685 at 2.5. It's now 900. Yeah, not for long. No one can afford a house in California. That's not true. Yeah, if it goes back to 685, you're cool. Is Jimmy really inversing the SPY or just kind of following it? This one lady, industry professional, yelled at me quite a bit on Twitter back in Feb that the housing market and stock market was strong and nothing bad was going to happen. I mean, I had this argument with people back in like October and November of last year. You know, don't forget that some people, especially due to their jobs, are super biased because their jobs and the profitability of their jobs are conditional on like a strong market or a strong housing market. Those people tend to be the most bullish. Big real estate TikTok influencers. Is that a real fucking thing? Okay, but now why is she ignoring me versus having an adult conversation about why she was wrong? Because that's the other facet. People don't like being wrong. More so, people don't like being told they're wrong. I mean, you're just going back to rub it in her face. Take the win and walk away, man. Be the bigger person. Fed owns around 3 trillion in MBS. That's a lot more than in 2008. I read that there have been Fed MBS auctions whereabouts the Fed was unable to sell at auction a single MBS. Awkward. I mean, the Fed said they're not selling their MBS, right? That was JFresh's like bullish statement that I think he thought was going to bolster everything. You're always wrong. SPY's still not at 520, you fucking shill. And ACIW? I mean, Jesus Christ. What a pile of shit. I wish JFresh ran the Fed. We'd be making bank. Where do you think SPY will find support? We're very close to the 200 SMA on weekly. TF at 358. I mean, that's kind of where I'm looking for support too. We could bounce above that. You know, put volume isn't very strong down at those levels, so it's likely we won't fall to them, but we could. And any farther dated calls at those levels are already up quite a bit, so they may be encouraged to take money with the market stabilizing higher and the fears that it would rise back against their position and they would be in the negative. Anybody who's bought an out of the money contract in here knows this feeling. So those put holders at 38, 38.50, they're afraid of this. Or 3580, sorry. Well, in reverse, obviously, because the price would be going up instead of down, but I already played the VUP song. It got us through VWAP. My BTU leaps I bought sub 20 are killing it. Thanks, Pickleman. You're welcome. Nice, by the way. Well, thank you for reminding me to pick up shares sub 20. Basically, chain more put favored and prices are more expensive on puts. So if capitulation starts, values and closing would accelerate as index rips. Yes. As premium slips away from the holders that are holding puts long, they are more and more likely to capitulate as, prices rise. It's it's a domino effect in a way. It's cascading. That and like once you hit the gamma flip point, then the market makers dumping their hedge, which accelerates all the market makers are dumping their hedges, which accelerates price action even further. No, I still don't like ACIW bipolar bear. Is there any way to predict how aggressive our relief rally will be on the SPY? No. Do you think it'll be a slow move up or something more intense? I think if we get any bullish news while the relief rally is going on, it will accelerate the relief rally greatly. Kind of like we saw in the last relief rally, right? Like the relief rally last time was kind of low volume, slow climb up, right? And then Apple and Amazon dumped quote unquote positive earnings, and then it just fucking rocketed, right? So, same risk in this relief rally. If real bulls show up to the party and start buying calls, it can rally really hard. Because not only are calls cheaper, right? You've got that market maker hedge unwinding, you've got puts capitulating, you've got all of this momentum pushing to the upside. And then, those puts, those calls that they bought start to go into the money, which drives further hedging to the upside. And it's a cascading effect. Crashing up, if you will. Until they get exhausted, right? And then we get some bad news, and then it all fucking comes back down again. I mean, really, if you want to know the best way to play this, try to short peaks on the VIX. That's the most reliable way to play a situation like this. Long theta, short VIX. VIX is way up, right? VIX will always return to a low. So, I mean, if you have enough time, you'll likely realize profits. If you want something like relatively risk-free. Don't actually fucking short it, but just puts with a lot of theta. I'm gonna be a dad in the next few weeks. Know of any good Dr. Seuss trading books like Fox and Stocks or the Big Green Book of Beginners Options Trading? I mean, just read him Options as a Strategic Investment every night. He won't know it's not entertaining if you never teach him anything different. What is your gut saying regarding this upcoming rally? Any retailers, business owners I know have been telling me business has been booming the last few months. Yeah. I mean, booming in a revenue sense, but like that's because they're also, reducing profit margins in order to offload inventory. So that's making, prices more attractive to, you know, people with multiple jobs. So demand is still high. I mean, that's one of the reasons inflation's still increasing. First, we need to get rid of those people's homes and their jobs. Then they'll stop buying shit. And when that happens, then inflation can go down. Monetary policy isn't a great fix for inflation. It's going to be a cruel bitch in the years to come. But no one else is going to do it. So one stock, two stock, green stock, AMC. You don't have CCs on your 800 GME shares. Where? Oh, in WeBull? No, I haven't sold CCs yet. I'm waiting. Seems like so far it was a great idea. Definitely a better idea than selling like $26 covered calls this morning, right? GME's positioned well to move up if the market rallies. If it does, then I'll sell covered calls. Oh, I have 800 shares in here now. I need to buy more. That's gross. Curious. I'll wait a couple weeks. Did you hold any of your Jimmy October calls? I have my 30s, 35s, and 3870s. Or 3875s. They're all way the fuck down. But if Jimmy moves up to 30, I can get out of them at a better price. Provided there's a small bump in IV. A small bump. That's why it's gross. That's why I said it's gross that there's 800. Still gotta grind through all the puts, Sam. So, we could still be relatively flat in this sub 3,700 range for a couple more days. Holding a lot of October 30s, a small bump would save my port marriage. Have you been averaging them down at all? Averaging them down means that a smaller bump can really save your ass. How old were you when you decided you were fed up with being a poor? Like 4? 4 or 5? Man, AMD's up 1% today. I don't know what you're talking about. Greg, I drew lines in the Spyberg out of them. What do I do? Throw my computer out of the window? I mean, yeah. You don't want like a poltergeist moving into your house. That's some serious shit. Average down on Jimmy October 21 $50 calls? No, you definitely should have fucking sold those last week. Feeling so good about my cat decisions right now. How's Upstart reacting to this? It's so far below VWAP. Love to binge watch TV with my wife. Has anything changed? The market's rocketing up from its bottom. Is Upstart very controlled? Yeah. If you're short Upstart right now, the last thing in the fucking world you want is for it to rip. Gross. Give me 1 second, guys. I think my food's here. All right. I got something just for you guys. Soup. Borscht? No. I really need a napkin here. This is a fucking... I just tried to pour soup in a bowl and got it all over myself on my floor. I thought I'd, like a shout out for the poors, pick up some soup and give them a slurp, you know? Is this you shilling us Campbell's again? You're just mad because you didn't get in on the dip. What's up, Zizzy? How's the GME call chain looking? Mediocre. Big bank shorting Upstart into oblivion. Same like big cancer shorting biotech startups. Yeah. Just bought a bunch of Upstart. Time to rip. Good job buying it at the peak of the run there. What do you think about GME October 21 $32 calls? I don't love them. But thanks. I mean, if you buy them, you're the one raising the gamma on the chain. I don't want to be that guy. You're being generous calling that a run. I mean, I agree. It's not much of a difference. But at the same time, like, something between this point and this slightly higher point triggered that dude's urge to buy shares. What? He could have bought them here. No, not here either. Not here, but here. This was it. This was the moment where he was like, you know what? I fucking really like the way this looks. confirming the bottom. But the bottom got confirmed like 7 other times. I know my cost basis is 24. But that's also because I got assigned on CSPs that had like an 8% chance of going in the money. Oh god. More ACIW nonsense. This is where I usually do the opposite of making a profit. What do you have? AMD October. What's strike? Is this a good entry for Jimmy Leaps, or should it drop down for the rest of the week? No, it should drop down into the latter half of October and early November. $85? I mean, I don't have a lot of hope for my 85s. Yeah, you gotta decide at some point whether you're gonna. You still think it can hit 85? If you still think it can run up, then averaging down isn't terrible, right? It's also a question of like how much capital you'll have to expend in order to average down to a more equitable price. So the more leveraged you are initially, the harder it is to average down, right? AMD. Like, obviously, you don't want to throw good money after bad. You've got really like 1 week. Because remember, when you average down, you're taking on additional risk, right? Thoughts on holding SPX calls overnight? I've been doing it every day. Are they in the money? If they're in the money, that's kind of another story. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get puts before close. I need to write that down somewhere so I don't forget. You still think AMD might hit 70 today? I mean, if the market moves up, like if the market moves back up towards like 3,700, sure. Better to lose 50% than 100%. Well, the risk you take with averaging down is that, you know, it's better to lose 50% than 200%. Right? You have to have a lot of confidence in something to average it down. What are you looking for GME to open call positions? I want to burn off some of the upside gamma on the chain. So I want the calls at like 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 25 to go in the money. So they capitulate. I remember you called a BTC low of 16K in late August. May have been a little too early. I called it long before then. There's my price target. It's 18.25. And that's my buy order at 16,580. It's definitely early, but give it time. I mean, technically a Jan 23 is a leap, toilet wine. That is so are December 22s. Those are leap contracts. But generally, when you're referring to leaps, like colloquially, it is a contract that is more than a year out. I averaged my rev share cost basis down from 9 to 788, but now I have thousands of shares. Sell covered calls? How many coins will you get? Probably like 10. I'm not a big fan of crypto. Why do MM close positions, price rise, then short again? I assume this is what's happening. Do they doing because they can and it makes them money? Is it that simple? It's their money printer? I mean, it is their money printer, but also they do because they are neutral or would ideally seek neutral in their positioning. Wait, you mean you plan out your buys ahead of time and don't just jump in blind like us? Could that be the missing sauce? I don't know. They can hedge before. And DN's not a flip point. I mean, it is and it's not. It just simply means that the, you know, delta they're hedging is positive. How would that work if he sells CCs with a cost basis higher than the current price? I mean, who gives a shit? If you get assigned, you take a small loss. If you don't, you shave off your cost basis. I thought your PT for Bitcoin was 11K. For a buy, I could see Bitcoin hitting 11K as its absolute low. But I would buy before that. And if it did hit that, it wouldn't stay there for long. I mean, I have the same lines I drew back when I fucking had the conversation with Gaff. I haven't changed anything on here. Because I never look at this fucking chart. Absolute bottom would be like 12-1. I think it's really unlikely it hits like the 10-170. I already came fairly close to my buy-in here. I think Gaff doesn't think it's going to go that low. Someone bought 200 1250 leaps today on GME? Philadelphia Exchange? They're watching fucking FTDs again? I think people are more curious about how to sell covered calls when your cost basis is so high that selling covered calls at that price isn't worth the premium received. And the simple answer is you have to sell covered calls below your cost basis. You have to take risk to make money. No risk, no reward. So, you know, sell them below your cost basis, but sell them at a price where you don't think you're likely to get assigned. You have to find a balance there. You're super fucking underwater already. What do you care? You're just trying to dig yourself out of a hole at that point. The report's on Monday, Ed. Selling theta is far higher risk than selling below cost basis for shorter periods of time. I'll let you know when we get the report. The second I bought my Revlon shares, I sold covered calls on them yesterday. Why wouldn't I? It's like a 3% yield on a buy right. I immediately protect myself from 3% downside. You let them expire, or do you buy them back with such a high cost basis? I mean, if they're profitable, they're profitable. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you buy them back, you're limiting your profit, but reducing your risk. Have you talked to your friend at the house since he sent you bagels? Yeah, I went over to his house like a couple weeks ago. I think people forget that if you do get assigned, you can just use that money to sell CSPs until you get back in. Yep. Got to make your money work for you. I mean, I think a lot of you guys sit here and think I'm like ignorant of the fact that your cost bases are garbage. I understand. That's why I tried to teach you all how to sell covered calls. I know your cost bases are garbage. I know you don't have a ton of money to throw into the stock to average down. So you're not left with a lot of options, right? You can hold and wait till the value of the stock increases beyond your current cost, or you can actively seek to reduce that cost basis. It's one of two things, right? And if you're super risk averse, you're afraid you're going to get assigned at a price below what you paid, and you don't know how to manage that, then just don't do it, right? Did I cuck who with my port? I'm not cucking anybody. I'm not even talking about my port. I'm trying to teach you guys how to get into a position similar to the position I'm already in. I know it's shitty, I know it's boring, I know it takes a long time, but in the end it's worth it. And if you have a good cost basis, then it's worth it right now. But your lesson will be learned, and you will watch what price you buy shit at in the future, right? When you were day trading, how were you trading SPX? Is there a way you show us sometimes and elaborate on the stream? When I day traded, I didn't trade a lot of SPX. SPX is better for swings and spreads. I traded SPY a lot intraday. I mostly just traded crossovers of VWAP, and I only did it on days when I couldn't find better shit to trade. But it wasn't a bear market. Bear markets are different. Indices are better trades in a bear market. SPX 0 DTE trading is very, very profitable right now. I have made 300 to 800% returns every night on overnight straddles. I mean, for the last 2 weeks, I've been talking about it every day, and people are not paying attention, don't think. The market is highly volatile. It's gonna keep moving a lot. Straddles are the simplest multi-leg option I can think of. It's a put and a call, the same fucking strike. You sell the one that's green. You don't give a shit what happens to the other one. 1 or 2 DTEs ideal. You don't want theta to like ruin you overnight, but you also don't want to pay for a lot of it. Like if you're cash strapped, if you're not cash strapped, then like 14 DTE. Well, because whatever side doesn't print is ultimately a hedge. Don't get me wrong, I still have all the calls left over from my straddles. Well, most of them. They're just kind of floating in my account right now. But the idea is that, you know, when you straddle something, you're expecting it to move a lot in one direction or the other. And on SPX, since the notional value changes in price are so large, you know, if you know you buy a put overnight right now at like 36.50 and we open tomorrow at like 36.33, you know, your put went up 20 like $22, right? So you don't give a shit about the call you bought anymore. Yeah, I'm just doing straddles every day. I sold out of yesterday's straddle earlier today. I got stopped out on this little fucking fake run. I need to buy puts again for tonight. I mean, they're a all you need in a straddle is for the underlying to move. Yeah, it's not directional, right? How late in the day do you look for your straddle? Like right at close or after close? Sometimes I'll enter them. Careful with that because not all brokers allow it. Yeah, straddle spy is the same, right? The problem with straddling spy is that the notional value change isn't as great. You know, 36.50 on the spy to 36.33 or yeah, 36.33 is $2, and you know, on SPX it's $22. It's a big difference in contract value. This is one of the reasons I don't trade like shitty penny stocks that have like 1, 2, 3, and $5 strikes, because they don't have enough range notionally for those contracts to gain any delta value. So there's no intrinsic value, and then you're just trying to play like spikes and volatility, which isn't as good. That's what's great about GME is you get delta, you get intrinsic and extrinsic value in the options. You want one or the other, and ideally you want both. Sorry, I gotta get used to moving all the stock boxes down because we have 4 up at once. You mentioned owning SPX positions expiring this week or next. I have some calls that expire this Friday. Most of them are for further out. I've been buying, so I know this is going to immediately add complexity to the thing I've been talking about, but since puts are overpriced, right? Say I'm straddling 20 contracts. Since puts are overpriced, I'm buying like 8 long dated, so 30 plus DTE. Well, let's say 14 to 30 plus DTE. Long dated calls to like 12 short dated puts. This is just an example. But so I'm using the higher delta on the long dated calls because these are cheap. And then I'm using more leverage on shorter dated puts because these are expensive. Because of the delta skew between the two, I put IV as priced higher because VIX is up. Why straddle at night, not during the day? Most of the index movements occur at night, but sometimes I sell the straddle during the day. Volatility grinds down a bit during the mid-afternoon, so it's not ideal. Have GME options post-split become less lucrative? No, you just have to sell more of them. So you have greater leverage risk. But they're still quite profitable. I mean, IV's still like 100%. What are you thinking to enter GME options to capture ETF FTD momentum? I'll probably just take like the shitty October calls I have open right now, roll them out into November, or like roll them out into like late October, and whatever leverage I get off of the roll, I'll take. You can still straddle SPY. You're going to want more time. You're going to want better confirmation points. So it's actually harder to straddle the SPY. But the payout is relatively similar to cost, right? I mean, SPX, like SPY is just less leveraged SPX, kind of. So you can do all the same stuff on the SPY. You just want a little more theta. You don't want to take as much risk with your like delta positioning. You want it to be pretty even. And you need to, when you sell your positive leg, you also like, you can't do what I'm doing where I'm just like using straddles to print. So what I'm doing, because I'm buying those long dated calls, right, is I'm using the put side to print my long side. So puts go in the money, I sell them profitably. That pays for my long position. So I'm getting free long calls. Sort of, right? I'm holding the dead leg. I'm holding the dead leg because I think it's gonna go up. Yeah, at the money. So I'm getting more theta on the long leg. I'm using the short leg to pay for it. because I know we're going to be choppy, right? And volatilely so. So, you know, there's a pretty good chance the short leg's going to print. That's going to pay for the long leg. Then I can hold the long leg until we get a rise. Straddles are also delta neutral, so when you're using margin, they're really cheap. Because like long term, I'm bullish on the SPX, right? I think the SPX is going to move up over the next couple weeks. So I want to use the short term downside volatility profits to position myself long. Then as those long calls go in the money, I'm going to use the profits from those to buy short. So short-term bearish, longer term bullish, really long term very bearish, right? You have to think beyond just the scope of the day if you're going to swing trade. Playing with house money. Yeah, same like Revlon, right? How much capital do you need to pull it off successfully? I mean, I don't know. It just depends on how much of it you buy. If you're doing like 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, what are SPX at the money right now? Let's see, you want like at least a few days, like 10 grand roughly. Ivy just bumped, so yeah, it's about $5,000 a contract for a few DTE. And you can play with those weights, and you know, maybe you think it's going to chop to the upside more, which it'll probably start to do towards the end of this, and as you know, puts balance out in pricing, you can go for more even leverage, and you've got to learn your Greeks and how to profit off of them, how to position beneficially with them. You missed a Ko-Fi from Kendra's dad? Oh god. Alright, I'll read it. Jimmy's making me proud today, unlike my other son. Oh, that wasn't that bad. Should be proud of Kendra. He's got a lot of mirth. Still a chance to be able to exit M and upstart. Yeah, but we need the market to rally really strong. I'm not exiting upstart. I'm probably rolling it forward. I should probably roll forward M too, because even though, you know, it didn't move quickly, it's still got a lot of potential. You can also, you know, try to advantageously enter your straddle. Like right now, here's a really good example. You know, you've got SPX consolidating, right, in a wedge. And if you can buy your calls here and buy your puts here, targeting the same range, you can get better premium on both. So I know this is just one strategy, and there's so much depth to any one of these. Even something as simple as a straddle. Once you get beyond it's just a call and a put, there's actually quite a lot of depth in exploring all the possibilities within one option strategy. Probably don't send one you think will get you banned. Does it make most sense to sell GME/CCs dated close to October OPEX? 10/14 expiry. I would be cautious of the ETF FTD period. I think October 7th, and then after the ETF FTD period, October 14th. But separate contracts, right? Like, at least that's how I'm going to do it. I'll just stick with far out of the money lottery tickets. All right. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a strategy. I know a couple guys that, you know, only buy like out of the money 0 DTEs. It's their whole option strategy. They just dig for momentum indicators and buy out of the money 0 DTEs every Friday. And some weeks are great and some weeks are terrible. And that's what they do. And, you know, over time, they're still profitable. So it's not the worst strategy. But you've got to have that fucking comfortable capital to sit on that you can do that every week, right? Have you sold a single GME share? Never. I know. It's ironic. I've never even been assigned. Even on losing covered calls, I've just bought them back. If you don't generally believe in MOASS, why not ever sell GME shares? I mean, I have long-term holdings on most of my position. So the tax benefit alone means I'm not really incentivized to sell at any point. And they generate me enough income that I don't really care about the day-to-day price action. Like, I have so many shares that I can just sell covered calls. I can sell covered calls when it runs. I can sell covered calls when it drops. It just makes me money every week, right? And then I can just hold it until the company is better. I do think the company will be better. I do have like a bullish thesis on GME for the long term. Everyone thinks I'm like the biggest GME bear, but not at all. Couldn't be less true. No, I don't recommend fucking straddles before just calls and puts. You need to learn how to manage single directional positions before you try to learn to manage multi-leg option strategies. How much of your net worth is GME? It's I don't know, like 50 something percent, high 50%. It's been a while since I checked and the price is down right now, so it fluctuates, but 57%. You still have to manage them. You know, if you fucking buy a straddle and the price goes like this and you never sell your calls or puts, and I know you guys. You guys will like run right into expiration and be like, I don't know, man, I didn't make any money on it. Seems like bullshit. Fuck you, pickle shill. This stream has taught me something really valuable that I never would have gotten anywhere else. And that's there's no such thing as free money. And even the easiest of trades, I have seen people have DM'd me that they have fucking gotten burnt. I've seen a stock go up like BBBY is a perfect example. Everybody was buying the shit at $5. It went to 30, and people are like 3 days later, people are like, fucking lost everything, man. You suffer for your YouTube money too. I'm pretty sure most billionaires have made more money off being a billionaire than they'll ever spend on being a billionaire. Chat slowed way down after you said that. I'm sorry, but it happened. I watched it happen, and it was, there was an opportunity to just get out at 30, right? Like hit the peak. And sure, people are gonna miss that. But then there was like bad news coming in, and we knew Freeman sold, and we weren't sure if Cohen sold, and the price is down at 20, which is still 4x your fucking initial position, and no one sold. And then overnight, Cohen announces that he sold, and you could have sold anytime between that drop and $12, which is still fucking 1.3x your initial position, and then people wouldn't sell at 12 either. People are like, no, fuck you. Either I get double my money, or I'm gonna sell below 5, and those people are still fucking holding it. And it's mind-boggling to me. In a company that we knew back here sucked. It wasn't like that was a new fucking revelation. It wasn't like during this period of time we realized the company was a piece of shit. We knew it all along. What reg show? Nothing on reg show was going to create a fucking momentum for BBBY to keep running. The stock is liquid as fuck. Everyone just sold it. The whole reg show fucking thesis, this is gonna short squeeze in a week, was bullshit. I tried to tell everyone that multiple times. Is it better if fewer calls and more theta? Or is that general truth or specific to this play? It's pretty specific to Upstart. The longer it's on threshold, the longer period of time it's going to be generating FTDs. If Cat hits 170, I will be a pigeon whale. Also, please let everyone know I made 20k on Bobby. Congratulations, Cobra. It's hard trusting a shill. Man, I've done this every day with one purpose, and that's to teach you guys to make more money. Like I'm bullish on Bobby, and then it runs, and then I'm bearish. that makes sense. I'm not trying to like fuck people over or shill them out of their position. No one's paying me to fucking do that. You've got to be mentally flexible. You can't just fucking sit on your dead shit and be like, ah, this is gonna go to the moon. Cut it. No matter how much it hurts or how bad it feels, cut the fucking... And cutting it at those points would have been still cutting it with a profit. I spent untold hours after the drop in Bobby trying to tell people that like it's not going anywhere. It's a big pile of shit. We got super lucky that it ran. I'm speaking more generally, OG. I don't know how you're 48% down on Bobby. You're a shill, but you're still my daddy. Thanks, Jean-Claude Van Damme. I guess. I'm already down 98% on Bobby options, so I'm just holding it. I mean, at that point, you've got to ask yourself the cost to your own mental health. Actually, for real, on DRS. Interesting. No, I didn't sell my GME covered calls yet. No, I'm not saying you should average down your 96% loss on Bobby. Thanks for grooming me to be the best investor this planet has known. I will repeat, ACIW? How on DRS? I tried, it's like a nightmare. I'm pretty sure that you go to the brokerage and have them transfer the shares out of CS. If you try to transfer some CS to the brokerage, it's a fucking pain in the ass. That's all I really know about it though, so I'm probably not the person to ask. SPX looks bearish into the rest of this week. No. We'll see. I mean, it could be. I'm still gonna buy puts every night. Thanks, Nonzo Guns. I don't know. Maybe I was just hurt that there's people that still think I have like anybody's best interest in mind besides retail at this point. Like I would say those things to somehow hurt retail investors. It was the only thing I did at CS that didn't cost money. Imagine how GameStop feels. I'm learning just calls and just puts. Yeah. That's best. Learn to trade momentum before you learn to trade chop and volatility and, you know, gamma exposure and things like that. I mean, I'm already doing that work behind the scenes, right? I'm not gonna have a fucking heart attack. I'm healthy as a not centaur. Thanks, Mr. Finch. Story time. Oh, here we go. In college, I was at a low-lit bar dancing all night with a girl. We went outside to close. I noticed she was slightly touched by the Down syndrome brush. But then I remembered what my dad always told me. If she's down, then I'm down. Papa. Oh. You know, Kendro, taking advantage of the mentally disabled at bars when you're drunk is not cool. I'm not modding Kendro. No advantage taken. Kendro has a touch of the downs. He's got a touch of something. Bit of a rip into close, so my 30 CCs will fill, please. Smart. Havoc Row, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. How has Macy's been trading this low for this long? Please explain. Well, you know, the market dropped massively over the last week. Long positions, you know, have not been particularly great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only like 720 basis points, but I'm surprised Macy's still exists now. So, I mean, I guess be happy it's not lower. Thanks, Snook. Aren't Macy's employees all DRS? I don't know what kind of stock compensation they receive. Dillard's is. All of Dillard's employees have their shares fucking locked up. Thanks, Iced. Speaking of Dillard's, how's it looking? I don't want to miss the. If I can miss the entry opportunity every time on this piece of shit. Dillard's has got a ways to go. Or it holds that trend. That'd be interesting. Okay. Dude, cat's cheap again. Wait, no, it's not. I lied. Yeah, Macy's like moved up a little bit into close. It's trying. Fucking upstart, man. How tight are you playing your overnight straddles on SPX? Straddles are at the money, Dunstan. Strangles are out of the money. I've done both. A couple days I've done a straddle and a strangle. But the straddles are like at the money, near closing price. Thanks, Bob P. What does Upstart do? They're like a lender adjacent information company. Like FICO or Experian. See you later, OG Rules. And by that I mean tomorrow. That's what I'm playing way out of the money weeklies on Upstart every week until it runs. I mean, I feel like that's the kind of situation where like you close your calls or you let your calls expire worthless on Friday and then it opens Monday morning $40 up. Yes, I know what the EMA does, Stefan. I'm well aware. So I did lose some on BBBY because of stupidity and greed, but since then I've been making some on CCs, on Jimmy and Fubo, and learning more. And that's because of you, Pickle Professor. Thanks. Thank you, Carbon Based. I appreciate it, man. October 21, M Upstart GME calls. Think we have a chance of better exit before Friday? Not keen to hold over the weekend. I'm absolutely not fucking holding them over the weekend. I'm just gonna close them and move them forward. Take the loss. The only reason I still have GME calls is because I missed the exit on them. And was hoping the market would bounce a little sooner than it has. But yeah, I'll just be rolling it all forward. Revlon's gonna get spicy in the next 2 weeks. I hope so. Puts on the stream after market close. Nice bet. Do you think SPX found its bottom and is turning around? I hope so. I think there's more room to the downside, which is frightening. But we'll see. I mean, it's looked like this every day, right? We print a new lower low, and then we move up into close. Nothing but love, straight love, for you and the channel. Thanks for clarifying. Also, turns out that girl didn't have downs, and now we've been together for 20 years with a kid. She does, however, have small hands, which is the only reason we're still together. Oh, because it looks bigger? Nice. Well, I'm glad you made an honest woman of her. Fucking Christ. Except when she lies to you about your penis. But, you know, give and take, right? That's what marriage is built on. Upstart has its forced closing days for the threshold days starting Thursday or Friday. I might have my days off by a day. Is there any significance to this? No, forced closing started already. You've just counted incorrectly. It's okay. Jesus fucking Christ, that was hilarious. Thanks, Seacraft. If you're a shill, I hope I run into a few more in my life, as I've learned more about the markets in a year of watching you than I've learned in my entire actual career. What's your career? Like, if you're a jam guy, that's really not very impressive. I bought more Rev yesterday. Is it still a play? Yes, it's a very high risk one. I'm glad you waited till today to ask. Yeah, 8 minutes to get those puts you wanted. Yeah. 3650s are actually just out of the money right now. Oh, now I can buy calls. Man, that was fucking perfect timing. Thanks, guy. Cody Blakely. I just bought both puts and calls out of the money, but at the same strike. What a perfect candle. Shake and bake. I'm a botanist. I can safely say I've learned more about the markets from you than my day job. Yeah, very, very safely. I do take it as a compliment. Thank you. I feel like 19% of the chat is bipolar bears alt accounts. With how volatile this market currently is, when straddling SPX, are you adjusting stops on the winning leg? Yeah. Also, why not just immediately cut the lower on something 2 DTE? I've been buying longer dated calls. I kind of went over it before, but I'm buying shorter dated puts, longer dated calls. That way I don't have to cut the long leg. I can just leave it floating and wait for it to print later. Because the long legs have more theta. Oh, it's 24.2%. Thanks for doing the math, Butlicker. Close, but drastically off. I'm Gabe Plotkin, and I've learned more about markets from you than from my day job. You're welcome. Three to one, November to M, and Upstart. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I love Stefan's second-year externship role in chat, boldly offering advice like he's a veteran, only to be slammed down by your ego. It's good. It keeps him learning. Although he's gotten hung up on AEMAs for fucking like 6 months now. I don't have a lot of hope in his growth. You took DHL group stock? Sure, man. How? What's the ticker? Do they have a ticker? I thought DHL was private. I don't need great entries revealed to me, Stefan. I know where they are. They're not hidden. They're right there. Jimmy's up 7% today. That's almost impressive. Given that, you know, the market's down 25 BPS. Oh, nice. Awesome, man. I'm already long AMD. I'll probably buy more tomorrow. I know. 6.9%. Well, now it's 6.66. It's doing a Revlon. See ya, Doric. Do you think it's a bad idea to hold Jimmy 102130 Cs past this week? Unless you're going to average them down. They're close enough to the money that you could try to average them down and hang on through the ETF FTD period. But you're taking a big risk. October 13th, Thomas Barron. Everyone's asked me if I'm still bullish on Rev. Nope. We're back at 690. Slipped. I mean, we are green. Like, quite a bit. Ding ding. The day is done. Thank you guys. So, Upstart, Fubo, Macy's, not really performing better than the market by much. But still outperforming, right? SPX down 20 BPS today. Most of the basket stocks doing a little bit better than that. I didn't check all of them. I think Revlon came down today a little more. Yeah, now down at $5. A little below that trend now, actually, but almost on no volume, right? 262,000 volume traded today, which is basically nothing. So for Upstart, Macy's, GME, I'm going to be looking to either get a better exit on my positions before the end of this week, or I'm going to roll forward those positions to like November strikes. GME positions I'll cut, and I will probably re-enter sometime before the 7th. AMD, I'm going to continue to average down and buy the $70 and $75 strikes. I will be buying in November now, not October. Revlon, I picked up a bunch more Leap contracts today. I haven't bought more shares yet. I think my next share price target is like 450, 475 or 450. Fubo, really good at this price. You know, everyone was afraid they missed it on the last little bump to 5. If we do get a true OPEX or you know, a nice ETF FTD run, obviously Fubo could go much higher. So keep an eye on that. And if you're looking to average down or strangle it or short strangle it, this price is really good for that, between the $3.50 and $4 strikes. So like a nice opportunity to sell CSPs and covered calls. Which are still actually very, very decently priced on Fubo, regardless of its low value. Ivy's quite high. I'm sure other things outperformed the market as well, Cody Blakely. No, Revlon's volume is still far in excess of the minimum listing requirement. What's the upper target for AMD? About $83. I think that's about it. So, yeah, we'll see how futures perform tonight, and if some of these conditions that have been affecting the market so negatively start to resolve a little bit. Currencies were moving up today, so that was a good sign. Bonds were pulling back a little bit. We'll see if they pull back further now as we move further into the week, and Theta puts pressure on longer dated short positions. But yeah, just gonna continue to wait for capitulation. I straddled the SPY at 36.50 tonight, or SPX at 36.50 tonight. We'll see how that opens in the morning, and then yeah, we'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good one.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.